What's good? Shouts out to everybody. We're gonna listen to Alan Watts real quick. Uh, First things first, I want to just say RIP to one of my rap partners that I rap with. His name is H Deuce. So I want to say RIP to him. And we did a track together, but like I don't got the track on my damn, I don't got that track on my phone. But he did appear like on my track called NWO. And he was the last one that said, "My troops are ready. Are you?" You know. So we're gonna play NWO. And I'm gonna take a sip for my homeboy, H Deuce. I got the call this morning, like around, I think like 7:30, 8 o'clock, you know, for my other rap partner, because like, we was all rapping together and shit. You know, we wasn't a group, but we was all individuals just coming together doing collaborations and shit. Shouts out to Mac for calling me. You know what I'm saying? Macintosh the Don, he got like 11 albums out. Shouts out to Mac. But yeah, like he called me, and he told me that he, you know, like passed in his sleep, and he just moved to his building. I'm like, God damn, man, that shit fucked me up. So I just want to say, you know, just RIP to him. And we're gonna keep it rolling. We're gonna play the NWO track. You know, like he wasn't on it, but like he popped up at the end. He said, "My troops are ready."
NWO, middle fingers to them hoes. NWO, do your research, you don't know. NWO, concealing truth behind closed doors. NWO, kill them hoes. Tired of the motherfucking government taking the rights, they gotta fight tonight. You're never scared of them. Put a trigger more quicker, like I gotta be cooking. They put on the lead in the river, they trying to kill us. Chemical chill, they fall into the sky. Change the brain, never something in the rise. You believe the lie that the government has told you. This hypnosis got nobody focus on the truth. Man, you gotta be a soldier. You're like a boulder, like a head on my shoulder. Got this one witness, I gotta leave a fed. Other commission cause a collision when the road is in it. Y'all people better wake up now. Take your palms and take them down. Shoot me damn round, let the enemy down. This payback time, no playing around. Now I really wanna free the country. Government about to collapse the money. And the Mr. Boy down, president's coming. Alien invasion, everybody running. It's a delusion, don't be deceived. Drunk and liquor in a bag of weed. Call Project Rubin, the public is unseen. And trying to make you niggas believe. It's a holographic universe. For the government, that's school and church. Don't niggas be working together to bring it down. That's why the motherfuckers getting really hurt. Sorry, I got to go berserk. Sorry, but the truth is the fucking hurt. Hurricane in my name, but I'm bringing the pain. It's with the fame like a dragon, man. Blue sleep, nigga. NWO, middle fingers to them hoes. NWO, do your research, you don't know. NWO, concealing truth behind closed doors. NWO, kill them hoes. Hey, for the government, I kill them all. Two kill with them in the yard. Fire rap, brimstone, fall from the firmament. But they destroy all of Babylon. And the ones that made it. Reptilian pulling off human faces. Those brains and amazing. Flying around in invisible spaceships. Genetic manipulation. Kidnapping people, take it to a station. You think it's in space, bitch? It's running underground and guarded by fed agents. Whether chemical, psychological, but it's two officers playing with a god particle. Open up another dimension. Better listen and pay attention to the reason why the enemy's here. What the fuck you niggas on? Grab a gun, let's put dubs in the dome. Number the dub and show the love. They hit the bone, this fucking dub. It's a stud, they give a gun, saving the road, don't give a damn. Be alone, double chicken, this big goddamn. Stance on me, full of me, when you get out the way. Crawled up in your home, that's thinking you pray. But you're scared of the revolution. Smoking, drinking, and fucking is what these niggas doing. These fans are ready, I'm about to give it to them. Solid with moving with the tour bands, the music, spitting the food, filling with food, really just losing it. Niggas in the big, I'ma do it. Gotta get moving for my revolution, y'all. This the time, I'm one of our field, just join the line.
My troops are ready.
NWO, middle fingers to them hoes. NWO, do your research, you don't know. NWO, concealing truth behind closed doors.
My troops are ready.
NWO, kill them hoes.
Are you?
R.I.P. H Deuce. That was my rap partner. Like he was on the but he was the one that said those words at the end. R.I.P. H Deuce. Like I say, is he went out peacefully. He went out in his sleep. Let's just say, man, carbon monoxide is a motherfucker. Silent motherfucking killer. They don't call it the silent killer for nothing, man. They don't call it the silent killer for nothing. But you better get off to some Alan Watts. But at the end of all this motherfucking shit, you know, like today my sister's birthday, you know, like happy birthday to my sister. She just turned 49. You know what I'm saying? You know, and plus like H Deuce was her friend too. And as a matter of fact, my sister was the one that introduced me to H Deuce. So, you know, like once she introduced me, I found out he rap, and then, you know, like we started clicking on the rap scene, and, you know, like everything was cool. He was always hype. You know what I'm saying? He was always hype. You know, like he was the one that was loud on one of my lives that I did. You know, on the live I did, and I was like, who the fuck is that? They was like, damn, that nigga snapping. I was like, yeah, that's my nigga. He just always excited. He always hype. But yeah. But shout out to his family, you know, and all of our other rap partners. Sending my condolences, sending my positive energy out to the family. You know what I'm saying? And it's wild. Lost my uncle last month. His birthday coming up this month, right after Christmas. Like I'm talking about like right after Christmas. We used to have we used to all get together and you know, right after the Christmas gathering and shit. As soon as it hit midnight, it's my uncle's birthday. So everybody like happy birthday, you know what I'm saying? So it's all, you know, it's all wild. So it's like a lot of loss. My homeboy rapping. My uncle's birthday is this month. We just lost him last month. So like it's wild. My mom lost her last year, her birthday this month. My sister's birthday today, so she out celebrating right now. Shouts out to my sister. You know what I'm saying? Me, I'm just here, you know, just taking in all the craziness. You know, just taking in all the craziness. But and there's a lot of stuff that I'm not talking about. I'm not going to talk about ever. But, you know, but just like on the surface level, man, you know, like RIP to my homeboy. RIP to my homeboy, H Deuce. Shouts out to Dr. Chocolate. RIP to my uncle. He just lost him last month. His birthday this month. RIP to my mom. Her birthday this month. And happy birthday to everybody that's having a birthday today. And shit. Just wow. There's just a lot of just crazy emotions. Just crazy emotions. I gotta sit down and goddamn smoke and motherfucking sip some shit real quick. like I'm talking about like real fucking shit. I'm getting hit like a ton of fucking bricks right now. But the cool thing about it is I can collect myself, gather my thoughts, and listen to this Alan Watts. As much as I'm trying to present it to everyone else, this is really a therapy session for me. You know, to fucking remind myself. You know, but shouts out to everybody, man. I hope you're having a cool fucking weekend. My weekend is down, down. And I was completely fucking down. Like, goddamn. But try not to wear my heart on my goddamn sleeve and give my people this real ass content. You know, Alan Watts is in my top 4 people that I listen to. You know, Alan Watts, Earl Nightingale, Bobby Hemmett, and Brother Panic. That's my top 4. You know what I'm saying? You know, we got, you know, like a lot of, you know, like other people I listen to when it comes to the esoteric or just like real, just straight, you know, just understanding human psychology and life in general. You know, learning about the real true meaning behind the word power and love and you know, just understanding life in the universe, whatever. You know, but like mainly life because like this is what we deal with every day. You know, like we got to deal with life, death, gain, loss, pain, pleasure, you know, and we need to understand, understand, overstand, understand, however stand you on. You know what I'm saying? Because I know people arguing over that. So it's just like let's do better. Let's do better. And pull up another drink for my homie. And pull up another drink for all my brothers that are struggling. And all the brothers and sisters that I ever lost. You know what I'm saying? And plus, this that time of year, people get all emotional. I try not to, but when shit start happening in your life, you can't help but to just be like, God damn. You know? Much love, Dr. Chocolate. You're the truth. The doctor came to operate a little bit. That's what's up. Let me grab my placebo. You know, and like laughter is the best medicine. So you got to try to make yourself laugh. You got to just learn to accept and just keep it rolling. Life be lifing like a motherfucker. Life be lifing like a motherfucker. But yeah, just want to say shout out to my homeboy, RIP. You know, like he was on my last song and shit. Like I wish I had the song that we did together, you know, on my phone, but he don't got it. But I'll find a way to get it. I'll find a way to get that track. You know, because like he was you know, like he was a storytelling, you know, like hip hop artist. He was real cold with it. You know. It was like poetry when he was speaking. You know, and he had a lot of emotion, he had a lot of heart. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about, I thought I was a fucking hype. I thought I was a hype. That motherfucker was hyper than me. I'm talking about if I wanted a hype man, that motherfucker would be my hype man because I need someone with the same energy as me, if not more. You feel me? That motherfucker had energy. Always hype. He was hype on my goddamn live in the background. I'm like, who the fuck is this in my living room? Oh shit, what up, down there? Y'all probably thought there's gonna be a fight happening on my live, dude. Should the way that nigga was going hell. But yeah. You better get off into this Alan Watts. We have 14 minutes. And I got 4 videos of Alan Watts talking about just different parts of life that we go through. You know, just the shit that we all go through. And I hope, you know, y'all get a message out of this. I hope y'all learn something because like this is what happens in everyday life. So again, RIP to my homeboy. Just passed this morning. RIP to my uncle. He passed last month. His birthday is this month. Even though my mama put me through some bullshit, RIP to her. Her birthday is this month. You know? But at the end of the fucking day, sit down, take a breath, take a sip, take a smoke, and just reflect and get this therapy. I know this is a lot for everyone to hear. You know, like for those who haven't heard Alan Watts, this should be your first time. If y'all have heard of Alan Watts, y'all understand y'all about to hear some real shit about life. You know. So this is Alan Watts. We're gonna talk about 4 different things that happens in our life. Alan Watts, y'all.
Today, I stand before you to explore a concept that holds immense power, yet often eludes our grasp. The art of letting go.
Because you see, to be detached from the world, in the sense that Buddhists and Taoists and Hindus will often talk about detachment, does not mean to be non-participative. You can have a sexual life very rich and very full, and yet all the time be detached. By that I don't mean that you just go through it mechanically and have your thoughts elsewhere. I mean a complete participation, but still detached. And the difference of the 2 attitudes is this. On the one hand, there is a way of being so anxious about physical pleasure, so afraid that you won't make it, that you grab it too hard, that you just have to have that thing. And if you do that, you destroy it completely. And therefore, after every attempt to get it, you feel disappointed. You feel empty, you feel something was lost. And therefore you want it again. You have to keep repeating, because you never really got there. And it's this that is the hang-up. This is what is meant by attachment to this world, in an evil sense. But on the other hand, pleasure in its fullness cannot be experienced when one is grasping it. I knew a little girl to whom someone gave a bunny rabbit. She was so delighted with the bunny rabbit and so afraid of losing it that taking it home in the car, she squeezed it to death with love. And lots of parents do that to their children, and lots of spouses do it to each other. They hold on too hard, and so take the life out of this transient, beautifully fragile thing that life is. To have it, to have life, and to have its pleasure, you must at the same time let go of it. And then you can feel perfectly free to have that pleasure in the most gutsy, rollicking, earthy, lip-licking way. One's whole being taken over by a kind of undulative, convulsive ripple, which is like the very pulse of life itself. This can happen only if you let go. If you are willing to be abandoned. It's funny, that word, abandon. We speak of people who are dissolute as being abandoned, but we can also use abandon as the characteristic of a saint. A great spiritual book by a Jesuit father is called Abandonment to the Divine Providence. There are people like that who just aren't hung up. They are the poor in spirit. That is to say, they spiritually are poor in the sense they don't cling on to any property. They don't carry burdens around. They're free. Well, just that sort of spiritual poverty, that let-go-ness, is quite essential for the enjoyment of any kind of pleasure at all. So, the concern of Buddha as a young man, the problem he wanted to solve, was the problem of human suffering.
And so he formulated
I read
his
about that
teaching
in my
in a
book,
very
in one of my
easy way
lives.
to remember. All those Buddhist scriptures are full of what you might call mnemonic tricks, numbering things in such a way that they're easy to remember. And so he summed up his teaching in the form of what are called the Four Noble Truths. And the first one, which because it was his main concern, was the truth about dukkha. Dukkha, suffering. The next thing that comes up, the second of the Noble Truths, is about the cause of suffering. And this in Sanskrit is called Trishna. Trishna is related to our word thirst. It's very often translated desire. That will do. Better perhaps is craving, clinging, grasping, or even, to use our modern psychological word, blocking. When, for example, somebody is blocked and dithers and hesitates and doesn't know what to do, he is, in the strictest Buddhist sense, attached. He's stuck. But a Buddha can't be stuck. He cannot be phased. He always flows, just as water always flows. Even if you dam it, the river just keeps on getting higher and higher and higher until it flows over the dam. It's unstoppable. Now, Buddha said then, dukkha comes from Trishna. You all suffer because you cling to the world. And you don't recognize that the world is anicca and anatma. So then, try, if you can, not to grasp. Well, do you see that that immediately poses a problem? Because the student who has started off this dialogue with the Buddha then makes various efforts to give up desire, upon which he very rapidly discovers that he is desiring not to desire. And he takes that back to the teacher, who says, well, well, well. He said, of course, you are desiring not to desire, and that's, of course, excessive. All I want you to do is to give up desiring as much as you can. Don't want to go beyond the point of which you're capable. And for this reason, Buddhism is called the middle way. Not only is it the middle way between the extremes of ascetic discipline and pleasure-seeking, but it's also the middle way in a very subtle sense. Yes, don't desire to give up more desire than you can. And if you find that a problem, don't desire to be successful in giving up more desire than you can.
And for those who don't know the Four Noble Truths of Buddha, want to hear from my voice. I know I said it on another live before, but let me bring it back to you, because I know that was Alan Watts who was talking about, like his interpretation and like his perception of it and shit. But this is what the Four Noble Truths are. The Four Noble Truths are: 1, life is suffering. Birth is suffering. Age is suffering. Illness is suffering. Death is suffering. Sorrow, grief, and despair are suffering. That's the first noble truth. The second noble truth is suffering is caused by craving and desire. The third noble truth is by giving up craving and desire, you attain freedom from suffering. The fourth noble truth. This path is achieved through right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. These are Buddha's four noble truths. And it's called the middle path or the middle way. And I know Alan Watts gave his interpretation of like his perception of the middle way, what it is, and it sounds very profound. My interpretation and perception of it is, I'm gonna just try to keep it simple. Like, it's the middle path because there's no God involved. There is no God or devil playing tug of war with your soul. You are the one that's in control of your life. You are the one that got to experience your life. The only influence is yourself. That's my perception of it. Now, look, I fucks with Alan Watts heavy, but like we said, like we never fuck with somebody 100%, right? For people that fuck with my content, it's revolutionary content. It's fuck the government. Y'all agree? Fuck the government, right? But if I was to let's go shoot up a police station tonight, y'all gonna be like, hold up, Kane, I'm not ready for that. You feel me? So it'll go up to 90-95%. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's fuck the government with me. You feel me? So now when it comes back to Buddha, and after like the middle path, this is what life is. This is what we experience. And Buddha just didn't become Buddha overnight. He left his palace, became a vagabond, and learned by experience. I'm talking about, there was one story of Buddha that fucked me up. There was a nigga that used to come up and whoop Buddha's ass. And this motherfucker ended up becoming his best student. That story is just amazing. I know it sounds unrealistic, but a person, if it was real, a person got to have like a real true consciousness and a heart to understand that they was wrong, and they willing to make amends and try to pull my name is Earl to try to motherfucking gain his respect back, or whatever. But man used to whoop Buddha's ass, and this motherfucker ended up becoming his right hand. So it's like, yo, people can change. It got to be in you. Shouts out to Live and Learn. What up, though? But going to the first noble truth and understanding that life is suffering, birth is suffering, age is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, sorrow, grief, and despair are suffering. And let's look at reality. Is it? Yes. It is. But now, by Buddha being sheltered all of his life, he ain't know this until he left those walls. And number two, suffering is caused by craving and desire. I used to crave to want to be in the rap game. I used to crave to want to really shine like a superstar. I desired it. Until I found out the goddamn truth in 2006. But I understand why suffering is caused by craving and desire, because if you do not, let's just say, like what I did, I put a time limit on my success. I said, if I don't make it by the age of 30, I'm gonna be in your fucking bushes. LOL. Did you just say LOL? Yeah, bitch. I just said LOL. Oh shit. I need a little bit more energy. I need a little bit more laughter. But anyway, because like laughter is the best medicine, right? So look. If I didn't make it, I was gonna be in your bushes. That's what I said to myself. But what I also said was, I'm not about to be some old ass nigga rapping. Real shit. If I ain't made it by my motherfucking 30s, then I'm a fucking failure. Now, rather you know that not most men go through this, but it's different situations. Different situations. But me, I was like 13, 14 years old saying this shit. If I ain't made it about 30, I'm a fucking failure and I'm gonna be in your fucking bushes. I'm gonna be a upright citizen. If shit don't work out, somebody gonna die. But what do you know? Right? I'm 37. Now, what made me stay rapping? It was a singer from Highland Park named Tommy. And rather how much I hate what my little brother has done recently, it was because of him too. He said, yeah, you let this shit go at 30. What if you blow up after 30? And I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the fact that 2 Chainz was in his goddamn 40s when he blew up. Not to mention he was already out, known as Titty Boy. But I wouldn't sign a nigga named Titty Boy either. Unless you change your name. That's why you changed his name to 2 Chainz. Okay, now that's the second laugh. Okay, cool. I kind of needed that. One. Now look. The craving and the desire part is what keep a motherfucker fucked up mentally. Just saying all that to say this. I put a time limit on my success when we have many artists still doing their shit in their fucking 60s, 70s and shit. You know, and I'm my own biggest critic. I put a lot of pressure on myself. I'm way hard on myself than anybody ever think they can be hard on me. Pause. But the craving and desire is what I had to let go. You know, and last person I gotta thank is my cousin. Shouts out to my cousin Felicia. Fifi, Fleetwood, anyway. She was like, nigga, what if you don't blow up? Salute Abraham. She was like, nigga, what if you don't blow up? You need a backup plan. Simple. And she said these important words that stuck with me forever. Made me lose friends off of this shit. She said, you got to look at reality. I took that shit to motherfucking heart. Look at reality. You got to understand, what if you don't blow up? What if you don't make it? What if this happened? You got to have a backup plan for every fucking thing. Plan A to Z. You feel me? You know. And it, like that look at reality part is what really stood out. And then studying the game, studying the industry, and it was just like, look, okay, I know what it is now. I know about the gatekeepers. I know about payola. I know about what the engineers and the producers want to hear. I know about it. But me, I'm like, being a little selfish, I want you to hear my lyrics. I want you to hear my lyricism. Like my fast shit. Nah, they ain't trying to hear that. They want to hear some shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Smoke, drink, fuck around. Okay, cool. I know what y'all want. Okay, cool. So, observe, adapt, overcome. Like learning the game. And when it comes back to the craving and desire, I don't desire it no more, because if I got to sacrifice myself, a family member, or a friend, then I don't want to be in the game. Real shit. And plus, after taking the so-called spiritual path, or taking the path of self-godhood, I learned that if the pinnacle of success is to be a celebrity or a politician, then I'd rather seek wisdom, knowledge, and understanding for the rest of my life. And that's just on some real shit. I'd rather keep being a minister of information for the rest of my natural born life if the pinnacle of success is being a celebrity or a fucking politician. Y'all can kiss my ass. I'm good. Now we go to number 3. By giving up craving and desire, you attain freedom from suffering. I'm free, baby. So are you. But the desire and the craving don't have to be just the music industry. It could be craving for a female, or vice versa, craving for a male. It could be a desire to get this dream job, or a dream car, or a dream house, or whatever. And then the moment you don't get it by a certain time limit, you feel some type of way. You feel that you are a failure. You feel that you disappointed yourself and a whole bunch of loved ones for now and probably the future. By giving up craving and desire, you attain freedom from suffering. That's the realest shit. Because I feel free. When I was doing shows, chilling with the hoes and the parties and shit, smoking, drinking, throwing money and shit, it felt like I was already there in the industry without being there. Just having the experience every time I did a show. It was maybe like, 4 to 6 times a year. 3 shows for the kids, 3 shows for the grown folks. Because I did shows for the kids too. It's the Head Start program. Head Start program, and 3 shows for the grown folks. It was the Easter show, Christmas show, Thanksgiving show. And matter of fact, sometimes it'd be something going on in July sometimes too. So it'd be like sometimes 4 shows for the adults, 3 shows for the kids. And it's on a local scene. And it felt good to, be up under some brothers that, that really helped me through my dark time. Because I was in a dark time, when I met these cats. When I first started spitting. Like come like real shit. Just come out of a bad fucking relationship. And I needed an outlet. They had a studio, put me on stage. You know what I'm saying? It was just like the life. It was the life. Now, the last one. This path is achieved through right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. That means everything you do got to be right. Salute Abraham again. What up, dope? You just got to be right. Now, these 4 noble truths have been spread all across the world. It is universal wisdom, just as important as Buddha's journey. A call to action that each of us must embark on. For by doing, we will learn to overcome suffering in all of our lives. If we remain content just hearing about Buddha's teaching instead of going ourselves to meditate under a tree, it is enough to just read about 40 days that Jesus spent in the desert instead of going out on your own vision quest. My answer is that we must find out ourselves what the masters and sages discovered in order to attain our own illumination. We will accomplish this by embarking on our journey of initiation. And our initiation is life. And I already talked about the initiations. If y'all don't remember the initiations, I'm going to go over it again. Birth, manhood or womanhood, first love, marriage, parenthood, sagehood, and the great crossing. And what's crazy is I always say this. When they say first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the babies and the baby carriage, that was a fucking one of them songs that your girl used to sing back in the day. But that's part of the initiations of life. When according to shamanism, whether anybody know it or not, that is an ancient fucking song. Whether they know it or not. I need to know the origin of it. I haven't looked it up. But when they say first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes a baby in a baby carriage, that is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th initiation in life, according to shamanism and the traditional initiation process. Birth, manhood or womanhood, first love, marriage, parenthood. Love, marriage, baby in a baby carriage. That's parenthood. So that's what we deal with every day. And if we fail in the initiation of first love, you search in vain for the perfect partner, feeling lonely and incomplete. You are unable to have a sexual experience in which you surrender to intimacy. And the 7 deadly emotion is lust. Or the 7 deadly sin is lust. But according to shamans, it's emotion because ain't no demons existing anywhere. The fucking Christian elites put a demon on it because it was so fucking powerful. No, just because y'all couldn't control what was in your fucking pants doesn't mean anybody else can. You know what I'm saying? But like that was just also to put fear in people also. Just read Dante's Inferno, when it comes to the 7 layers of hell or the 9 layers of hell. It did it to scare people. But the first love initiation, if you fail, you search in vain for the perfect partner, feeling lonely and incomplete. You are unable to have a sexual experience in which you surrender to intimacy. And the emotion is lust. But you're healed by the purity of intent. Now, when it comes to marriage, you fail the initiation. You're the eternal single, ambivalent about relationships. You expect your partner to meet all your needs, and you are unwilling to work at creating a genuine partnership. The 7 deadly emotion is sloth. It's healed by courage. Just open up your heart. And the last one, first comes love, then come marriage, then come babies in the baby carriage. That's parenthood. So parenthood, if you fail that, you live through your child or your own projects, obsessing about outcomes. You're envious of those who seem to have more options, and even of your own child's wide open vistas. Means you'll be jealous of your own fucking child. That's how crazy that shit goes. And the 7 deadly emotion is envy, and it is healed by compassion. But the 7 deadly, sin, envy, and they always got to attach demons to it. I forgot all the names of the demons that's attached to it. I know wrath is Ammon. I think sloth is Belphegor. Lust is Asmodeus. I think greed is Mammon. I think gluttony is Leviathan, or envy might be Leviathan. I think envy is Leviathan. I'm not sure. But I used to know all this shit off the top of the dome. It was just motherfucking nonstop reading. But yeah. Now, that was that. Now, here goes to the next one.
Let's suppose that you have some difficult and distressing habit, like drinking too much. And you're assured that once you've become the victim of this habit, it's an extraordinarily difficult thing to get rid of it, and it requires intense willpower. That kills you right off. You're a dead duck from then on. It's as if you had said to the devil one morning, look, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm not going to have anything to do with you anymore. So the devil, who is an archangel and is terribly clever, is all set for you. And because he knows that you are getting out of his way,
you got to go back and rewind that.
Let's suppose that you have some
because at the end of the day,
distressing habit. Like
I used to be a heavy alcoholic. Now, don't get me wrong, Hurricane wasn't the crazy alcoholic that be all irate and stupid. I was the happy one. The term drink and be merry. I took that the motherfucking heart. Why the fuck you want to be mad or sad and drunk? That's a waste of drink or a waste of weed. So I was like, I'm gonna drink and be merry around my crew. But at the crib, I was like, even though it seems I have everything, but I can't pretend that I don't see. Cause without you, girl, my life is incomplete. Oh yeah. Or fuck it. I had this on repeat too. Hold on. Here we go. Wait a minute. Hold on. What was it? Baby, can you stop the rain from falling? Won't you chase my clouds away? I give anything to see the sun again. Only. Woo, shit. I'll sip to that. Baby, can you stop? Cry my motherfucking eyes out. But and then I had to wake up and be like, I'm destroying my fucking body. And like I need to quit that shit. Acid reflux is a motherfucker. But today, I'm sipping. Today I'm sipping. But we on this.
Drinking too much. And you're assured that once you've become the victim of this habit, it's an extraordinarily difficult thing to get rid of it, and it requires intense willpower. That
intense willpower is what I had to motherfucking muster. Not what I had already in me. I had to muster up that. I understand the willpower in life, But like, I guess what they got, it's levels to this shit. Shit. What shit like that? The shit y'all say. Well, like when it comes to truly letting go of alcohol and just like not think of it, like as the way I used to think of it. Man, I had to shake at the motherfucking door of the fucking shit and motherfucking let go and grab an apple juice. I'm like, you know what? This apple juice looks just like what I'm drinking. Let me mind fuck myself real quick. I was going through it. But when I did, it felt good. Lemon water tasted like shit when I first tried it, but goddamn, you got to get rid of acid reflux, right? So lemon water became my favorite drink ever. Lemon water, apple juice, you know what I'm saying? And, I felt lighter. I felt better. And plus I was drinking liquor and beer. So like I looked like I was 3 months pregnant, nigga. Nigga should have saw me. Should have saw how my stomach was out. Like, I'm talking about like, wow. It was wide, nigga. I got the stretch marks to prove it. I look good now. I still need my 6-pack back. I got that dad bod right now, but but still though, like you can see the 6-pack forming. But let's just say Hurricane was a lot bigger than this. But I was heavy. I was heavy in it. Like even though I wasn't, burning bridges, fucking up friendships, fucking up relationships, I wasn't doing none of that shit. It was just that I was fucking myself up. And when my body responded like, bitch, your ass is on bed rest for 3 days. That was a wake-up call. What should have been a wake-up call. My real true wake-up call was when I had a fucking blackout. That shit was the wake-up call. When I couldn't remember what the fuck I fucking did the day before. When I actually had the last fucking memory of what the fuck I've done or said, and then wake up on someone else's porch in an area I don't know where the fuck I'm at. I'm like, oh shit. Missing a couple dollars. I'm not fully robbed though, but I'm missing a couple dollars though. Oh, my phone back was missing. I'm like, what the fuck that about? But nigga, I was fucked up. I was fucked up. Hurricane story time. But that was the moment. That was the fucking moment. That was the moment. But let's go.
Kills you right off. You're a dead duck from then on. It's as if you had said to the devil one morning, look, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm not going to have anything to do with you anymore. So the devil, who is an archangel and is terribly clever, is all set for you.
He's using, I guess, Christian like references. I know most of us are not Christians. Some of us might be. I got nothing against you. I might as well just say a disclaimer right now. I know it's not Sunday, but shit. I'm cool with open-minded Christians that don't mind that I don't fuck with Christianity. They cool. I'm cool. We can relate. We can still talk. Cool with conspiracy Christians. We expose the same shit. Cool with spiritual Christians. We both value meditation. Jesus lives in the heart. God lives in the heart. Bam, bam, bam. Heart chakra, love, peace, harmony, bam. And the Gnostic Christians. We both agree that if the evil God do exist, he's an evil genocidal maniac. The only way out is through gnosis, knowledge of self. Cool. Bet. All right. Let's keep it going.
Because he knows that you are.
My beef is with the condescending and the judgmental. Like the ones that would be like, oh my God, you don't believe, you're going to hell. Or like, oh my God, let me get away from you. Oh my God, you this. Or, like they automatically think we're doomed. You be like, oh my God, I pray for you. Like fuck them. You know what I'm saying? But there are Christians that's cool. All right. That's why there's over 42,000 plus denominations. Now, Alan Watts is just using this, like Christian reference, I always wondered why, but I guess it's the same reason why, why Farrakhan do it. It's just like, you gotta try to, not will the people in, but like you gotta speak at most people frequency so they can understand where you're coming from. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Getting out of his way, he surrounds you with greater temptations than you ever imagined. If you are going to outwit the devil, it's terribly important that you don't give him any advance notice.
Exactly. That's why, like, you're using that analogy is like, don't let nobody know you're about to stop doing what you're doing. Just do it like a Nike commercial. Like after I was mind fucking myself with the alcohol shit, like grabbing apple juice and motherfucking grabbing, I was also grabbing, it's some shit called ginseng up, ginger root, whatever. That shit good as fuck. Like ginger help out with acid reflux also. So it was like apple juice or a ginger. And yes, the shit was expensive as shit, but it was worth it. It was fucking worth it. But I made sure I sipped the fuck out of it. I'm like, shit, I'm gonna make this motherfucking $4, small ass $4, 16 ounce $4 drink last like a motherfucker. But anyway. I ginger and apple juice. And then like when I walked to the store one day, it just like, so I kept grabbing. It was a ginger juice, water, and like whenever I did drink, it was like probably on the first of the month, my sister or my mom's went to go, like cash their check and they go buy food and whatnot. And they called me down to come up the street, because I was standing my own shit. So I was like, all right, cool. I'll come through, grab a drink, grab a couple shots, take a couple shots, be like, all right, peace, Mom, peace, Terry, peace, little bro. And I'm out, But but otherwise it was like fuck that drink. And like plus I was in the meditation, like that shit would just make me feel lighter as a feather. I was like, oh my God. But I was smoking weed heavy. Because now that you don't got that drink feel, you can either put the drink money up or you can motherfucking put that shit towards weed. So like I was grabbing bags. You know what I'm saying? I was floating. But I was addicted like a motherfucker. But that blackout, it really was a true wake-up call. And now it's just like I drink on occasion, or like I drink when I like feel like let me sip something real quick, and it won't be nothing, no big drink. I'll just grab like a little double shot, you know what I'm saying, mix that with like a ginger ale or some shit, or like a whatever, and just keep it rolling. Not no big bottle, because like today, I grabbed me a motherfucking 2 double shots, mixed it with some what the fuck I'm drinking. I'm drinking some, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck that shit is. Oh, so where my glasses at? I know it's green. Oh, this nigga ripped the shit off. I think it's a moon mist. But anyway, shout out to Knowledge. What up, though, bro? But anyway, once I got over that shit, man, I was light as a motherfucking feather. You know what I'm saying? But like today, I take a sip, you know, for my homeboy, H Deuce. You know what I'm saying? R.I.P. You know, but like really, shit, man, it feels good to not be caught up in that shit because the fucking blackout scared me. The fucking blackout, not only like it was a wake up call, but it scared the fuck out of me. It's like, nigga, what? Like, I did what? No, that's me. You like telling myself that, like, what, nigga? You just blacked out, nigga, and you don't remember shit. Like, nigga, you fucked up, nigga. You gotta let this shit go, nigga. It's done. It's over. You know what I'm saying? It was like red alert in my mind, like, yo, nigga, you're done with that shit, nigga. You're done. So now it's like drink on occasion, you know, or like whenever I feel like I need a drink, you know. But shit, but I could probably say from 18 to 24, 18 to 24, nonstop drinking. Now, I'm 37 right now. You feel me? So like this was a minute ago. But at any point in time, I could dive back into it, you know, and there were points in my life where it almost triggered me to go back into it due to certain traumatic experiences, rather, rather it's a breakup, rather it's a family member.
Well, now, really, when
But hold on, wait a minute, what the fuck? It was right here. Yeah, but yeah, breakup, death of a family member, death of a friend, it's like, like I see, and I understand, or just like certain moments that could just trigger a memory, and I understand. I really truly understand. And I used to see people talking about burn bridges. Like, I just lost my family member, and I'm like, okay, it don't give you the right to motherfucking fight people in front of the goddamn liquor store and get banned in front of, like that's what I mostly seen. It's just like, like it's just like traumatic experiences is a motherfucker. Loss is a motherfucker. And by me, just being very observant, I was like, wise man learn from the mistakes of others. I'm just gonna, like if I ever experience loss, I just gotta just stay to myself and talk to people that is going to, let's just say, comfort me during my time of loss. Don't associate with anybody that's on no negative bullshit. Just either stay to yourself or associate with people that understand you, and you're gonna be all right. And that's what I told myself, and that's what I did. And then coming to find out, like later on, after studying on why people like act up, like it's because like they need to really calm down, to take a breather. They go to a whole bunch of distractions to it's a motherfucker. But I used to be that. But let's get it.
Let's suppose that you have some difficult and distressing habit, like drinking too much. And you're assured that once you've become the victim of this habit, it's an extraordinarily difficult thing to get rid of it, and it requires intense willpower. That kills you right off. You're a dead duck from then on. It's as if you had said to the devil one morning, look, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm not going to have anything of the bowstring.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
That you don't
I don't know why we started this stuff. It's bullshit. Let's go.
And this is where the work of the sly man comes in. The art of the sly man is to make no contest, but simply to leave. So he just drops it like that. You're in this respect, you see, you're your own worst enemy. Because even if you serve notice privately on yourself that suddenly you're going to drop it all, already the devil knows. Because who do you think the devil is?
Right, because who do you think the devil is? The devil is you. So that's why when it's time to drop whatever we are addicted to, it's up to you. You just can't say it. You got to do it. You know, but it's wild.
Now this lies behind the whole.
Like that's the whole secret. You're the devil and God. You know what I'm saying? You know, but like that was the whole thing about it. You know, that's why everybody laughed because like people caught the joke. You know, but at the end of the day, you are your own worst enemy. Like he said, that's the punchline. You are your own worst enemy. And that's why people don't understand the Joker and why he laughs. Why is he laughing? What's the joke? If y'all ain't got it by now, y'all never will. The joke is life. Why so serious?
Problem that is discussed in the book Zen and the Art of Archery. The necessity of letting go of the bowstring without first deciding to do so. Another way of putting it is that the decision to release the bowstring and the action of doing so must be simultaneous. Not to decide and then act, but to act, decide all at once. Now, why is that?
Basically on some ultra instinct shit. Not decide and act. That shit gotta be simultaneous. You gotta already know. It's like when a person aimed the gun, you know you about to shoot. You're not about to be like, all right, nigga, put this motherfucking shit down. All right, nigga, stop talking shit. All right, motherfucker, la, 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 la. No, you ain't about to do that. Once that gun come out, that trigger is pulled. That trigger is pulled. I watched The Magnificent Seven with Denzel Washington. He was going to go pick up the Mexican motherfucking nigga. He was a bounty on this motherfucking head. But Denzel wasn't coming to collect the bounty. He needed some help. That motherfucking Mexican guy was like, where's your gun, Holmes? Denzel was like, a man that brings a gun, he intends to use it. Mind you, the Mexican got a gun to Denzel's head. He could pull the trigger any motherfucking time. Denzel let him know, nigga's a bounty on your motherfucking head, but nigga, I need you. Where's your gun? Man brings a gun, he tends to use it. He was like, you loco, Holmes. He was like, see, that means yes. You damn right I'm fucking crazy because I'm about to go up against a fucking army and I need your fucking help. This is why it's called The Magnificent Seven. That was a good fucking movie. And RIP to my mom. She needed to she told me about the original one. The original one was the shit. The original Magnificent Seven was the shit. But Denzel killed that shit. Come on, now it's Denzel motherfucking Washington. My last motherfucking name. You know what I'm saying? But let's get back to it.
If you are going to be an expert archer, you must shoot before you think. Otherwise, it'll be too late. You don't aim and then shoot. It's all one action. So what does that do, you see?
I want y'all to watch the new Robin Hood with Jamie Foxx and the nigga that played in the Kingsman movie. Because what Ellen Watts just said is exactly right. There's a scene where, like, you know, like Jamie Foxx is training Robin Hood. You know, you wonder why, you know, like Robin Hood is the best goddamn archer. Oh, no wonder he got trained by Jamie Foxx. But anyway, Jamie Foxx was like, "Are you ready?" This nigga Robin Hood didn't even look. He aimed his bow, turned it around on his back, and shot that bitch and hit his target. A moving one at that. So I was like, bet it up. That's how you gotta be. Or fuck it, like Bruce Lee, you gotta be like water. Whatever knowledge you want to use. But depending on the situation, there's a way to adapt and overcome your situation. No matter what it is. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. Now I'm just gotta sit back and reminisce and reminisce. And reminisce and reminisce.
That puts up a very curious problem, which in its own turn becomes a bind. To try and act quickly enough so that you overtake the preliminary decision. To try not to decide first. And that is an impossible problem. Instead, you see, of deciding that you won't be an alcoholic anymore. The only thing to do is not to drink, without any previous decision on this matter. But how can anyone do that, you see? That's the question.
Yeah. How could anyone do that? That's the question. That motherfucker shit was glistening in front of me, but I was like, I gotta grab this apple juice. It looks just like the shit that I want to drink. It looks just like the shit I want to drink. The shit I want to drink is hiding behind a green bottle or a red bottle or a white bottle. But when I pour it in the glass, it looks just like this goddamn apple juice. Let me buy this apple juice. Talking about mind fucking the shit out of myself. Pause. And that ginger looked like some motherfucking exotic vodka. You know what I'm saying? So I was like betting up on that one too. And that shit tasted horrible. Now I love it. Cost an arm and an ass, pause, but I love that shit. And every day I go out, you know, I grab me a lemon squeeze and I grab me some fresh lemons. And I make me some motherfucking lemon water. To combat the acid reflux that I motherfucking was going through. Now, me drinking right now, I don't think ain't nothing gonna happen to me. I think I'm good. Because I really drink like that. So like I'm just drinking for my, you know, my homeboy. You know, that's it. And plus, it ain't a lot. I grabbed 2 double shots. It ain't shit. I should have grabbed a half pint though. But anyway, that's Negro here nor there. But, you know, I care about my health too. So let's get back to it.
How can I decide not to decide? How can I announce that I won't make any announcement without making an announcement? You see, there is no way out of that bind. Try as you may. You go on and on and on, trying, as Herrigal did, to release the bowstring without thinking first to release it. But then, strangely enough, one day the thing happened. He did it. This involved in our learning of almost all techniques, that we work and work to achieve that final point of perfection. And it doesn't come, and then one day it happens. And what is the reason for that? It is not.
Man, it felt good when that craving went away. Like, I'm talking like real shit. I damn near want to motherfucking cry thinking about it. It felt good. That the craving, the desire to grab that motherfucking drink went away. I can walk in that bitch, look at it, grab it, open that bitch, probably take a sip. They're like, yo, nigga, gotta pay for that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, nigga. Take a couple sips and throw that bitch on a motherfucking ground. When I'm done, I'm like, nope, I ain't digging it. Ugh. Did that before. And that shit felt good. I know niggas looking at me at the motherfucking traffic light and they're like that nigga crazy.
That we have practiced it so often that it suddenly becomes perfect. What happens is that we practice so often that we find out we can't do it. And it happens at the moment you know you can't do it. When you reach a certain point of despair, when you know that you are the one weird child who will never be able to swim. At that moment you're swimming. You stop trying, you stop not trying, you just have arrived at the insight that your decision, your will, doesn't have any part in the thing at all. And that's what you needed to know.
It was all you. Because it's up to you.
We often think of addiction as a war, a battle we must fight within ourselves. But what if I told you that the struggle itself is the very thing keeping you trapped? Imagine the ocean. A wave does not try to hold itself together, nor does it fear its collapse. It rises, crests, and falls, only to rise again. You too are a wave, ever-changing, ever-flowing. The problem arises when we resist this natural rhythm. Addiction in its many forms is not just about substances. It is about the grasping, the clinging, the desperate need to escape the present moment. But here's the secret. There is nowhere to escape to. The very thing you are running from, your pain, your fears, your past, is not an enemy, but a teacher. What if instead of fighting it, you simply sat with it? Listened to it. What if you embraced it as part of your journey? Empowerment is not about becoming someone new. It is about...
You're going to hear that again. Y'all gotta hear that again.
We often think of addiction as a war, a battle we must fight within ourselves. But what if I told you that the struggle itself is the very thing keeping you trapped? Imagine the ocean. A wave does not try to hold itself together, nor does it fear its collapse. It rises, crests, and falls, only to rise again. You too are a wave, ever-changing, ever-flowing. The problem arises when we resist this natural rhythm. Addiction in its many forms is not just about substances. It is about the grasping, the clinging, the desperate need to escape the present.
Right. It's about grasping, the needing, and to escaping whatever the fuck we going through. And in my case, it was a loss of a woman that I loved. My first. It is a long time ago. Long time ago. You know, and that it drove me to heavy alcoholism. And as a real shit, it was my first. just like weed. It's my first. After I went through that heartbreak, this was years ago. I drank heavy, like I said, like from 18 to what, 24, 25, I think. Leaving home at 17, realizing what I gotta do, be a man, don't be a boy, gotta go out here and work, go out here and make some moves. And then to experience my first love fucking me over, then I'm singing People Bryson on repeat and shit, man. Drinking with a bottle in my hand, but like around my homies, I'm I'm happy like a motherfucker. I'm hyped like a motherfucker. Behind my walls, I was a fucking wreck. A fucking wreck. And I think about those times because I got to experience them over and over again whenever I get heartbroken. So yes, it hurts. I mean, it hurt then, even the phone agrees. But like getting over the addiction, was just one of the so greatest of a milestone is I forgot about the chick that fucked me over because like the shit that motherfucking that I fucking been through, it was like shit, this shit is fucking heavy. You know what I'm saying? This alcoholism is a motherfucker. And I had to, sit back and not, let's just say like get upset like at myself too much. I'm too fucking hard on myself. Pause. I have to understand, man. I had to understand. Life be life. And this was before the term was even out. This is life, and it's an experience. Don't take it as a loss, take it as a lesson. And sometimes I forget about that. Sometimes I forget the things that I wrote down and forget the things that I told myself. And so I try to stay on point on all levels. But I hate to slip up. I hate it. I hate when a fucking blind spot get caught. Like, god damn, this shit can take me right back to alcoholism. This shit can take me right back to the dark side. Damn. I thought I got over that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, this shit is wild, son. This shit is wild. But let's get back to Alan Watts.
Moment. But here's the secret. There is nowhere to escape to. The very thing you are running from, your pain, your fears, your past, is not an enemy, but a teacher. What if instead of fighting it, you simply sat with it, listened to it? What if you embraced it as part of your journey? Empowerment is not about becoming someone new. It is about stripping away the illusions that tell you you are broken, weak, or unworthy.
Exactly. It's about stripping away the illusions. When I sat down, when I first, let's just say, like I'm talking about like right after I got over all the motherfucking alcoholism, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take my drink. I'm gonna take my first drink. I sat down with that bottle for like 3 days, just looking at it. I sat down with that bitch for like 3 days. You call me crazy, but sat down with that bitch for like 3 days. I was like, just looking at it, just, like just embracing, just tasting the drink before it even touched the glass, and just looking at myself and how far I came. And I was like, you know what? I'm good. I can take me a sip and I won't die back into alcoholism. And it was something that I just knew. So like once I knew, I cracked open that motherfucking Hennessy VSOP. And I motherfucking took the bottle to the motherfucking neck. And then went months without drinking. Then whenever I felt like drinking, I grabbed me another bottle, whatever. Drank that. Went months without drinking again. Grab me another bottle whenever I feel like it. Or it was probably a birthday or a holiday or whatever. Grab me a bottle, drink, keep it rolling. Months roll by. So now it's, like, shit, that was around 25, 26. I'm probably say 25. I think it's 25. Mind you, I'm 37 now. So like this was a minute ago. But at any point in time, due to a situation, you can dive right back into it. So as much as I know I'm making this live, like for those that haven't heard, Alawas before, I'm really doing it for myself. Like to remind myself or like to remind others, just know that I've been there and I know how you feel when it comes to this situation of addiction. It's a motherfucker. This is why they call alcohol spirits, But I had the spirit of happiness. Shit, nigga. I was drinking to be merry. Shit. I'm not gonna say there was sometimes I wasn't angry, but like, it was in the comfort of my own home. And try not to have nobody around to see it. You know what I'm saying? I was in my own crib doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like punch a couple walls, couple doors, you know what I'm saying? Singing, baby, can you stop the bam from falling? Bam, bam. Won't you chase my clouds? Bam. But let's get back to it.
None of these things. You are vast, limitless, and full of untapped strength. Your journey does not begin tomorrow or when you feel ready. It begins now, in this very breath. When you stop seeking escape and start embracing what is, you will find that the power you long for has been with you all along. So, let go, breathe, step forward, not into a bad...
The power has been with you all along.
but into yourself, because your journey starts here, the illusion of control. We spend our lives gripping the wheel of existence, convinced that if we hold on tightly enough, we can steer reality in the direction of our desires. But the very act of clinging is what makes the ride so turbulent. Look at the river. It does not resist its course, nor does it attempt to grasp the banks as it flows. Yet here we are, grasping at permanence in an impermanent world, trying to mold the universe into a shape of our liking. Addiction, at its core, is not about the substance, the habit, or the escape. It is about control, the desire to manipulate our inner state, to command pleasure and banish pain, to dictate how life should
To foment pleasure and banish pain. And that's all I thought. I just want this pain to go away. I just want all this pain to go away. What did I do to deserve this? Why am I going through this? After all I've been through in my life, I'm trying to find something better, trying to find something great. Why is I'm constantly going through pain and hardship? The questions I ask myself with the bottle in my hand. Why is I'm going through this? What did I do wrong? Way before I knew about spirituality and past lives. This was right after I left God alone because I was asking the questions of God. I ain't got no goddamn answer. I prayed all my goddamn life, crying and praying on my face, going to intercessory prayer, church conventions, joining the church, and I gave my all. No answer. After I dived into alcoholism and God damn, this was a minute ago. I'm 37, mind you. This is 2025. So for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's 18, 19, 20, 22. Yeah, so I can say from 2006 all the way to 2012. Or maybe 2014. I'm a little tipsy right now. I'm sorry. Now, why do I got a strange feeling that my chat frozen? I'm gonna go to my other phone, but my phone died for some reason.
But consider this. Who is the you trying to be in control? If you watch closely, you'll see that this controller, the one making all the plans, setting all the rules, tightening the grip, was never really there to begin with. It is a phantom, a trick of the mind. Life does not require your control to move forward, just as the ocean does not need to be pushed to create waves. What happens then when you release your grip, when you stop trying to hold the clouds in place or force the wind to obey? The moment you stop demanding control, you discover something astonishing. You were never out of control to begin with. You were simply resisting the flow of what is. And so
you were never out of control to begin with. That's the deep part. That's what I had to understand. In my own way.
So the question arises, what would happen if you surrendered? If instead of swimming against the current, you let yourself be carried? If you no longer saw yourself as a master of fate, but as a part of the grand cosmic dance, moving effortlessly with the rhythm of the universe? You are not broken. There is a peculiar idea that we carry, a whispering voice that tells us we are incomplete, damaged, or somehow in need of repair, as if life...
Yeah. And this don't have nothing to do with Christianity, because like that kind of helps in the And the fact that there's these certain songs that say the wretch like me, you call yourself a wretch. So people call themselves sheep because Jesus is a shepherd. And we already know like the meaning of the word sheep when it comes to our community of truthers and seekers and conspiracy theorists or whatever. It ain't good to be a sheep. Now, going back to what he said,
The one making all the plans, setting all the rules, tightening the grip, was never really there to begin with. It is a phantom, a trick of the mind. Life does not require your control to move forward, just as the ocean does not need to be pushed to create waves. What happens then when you release your grip, when you stop trying to hold the clouds in place or force the wind to obey? The moment you stop demanding control, you discover something astonishing. You were never out of control to begin with. You were simply resisting the flow of what is. And so the question arises, what would happen if you surrendered? If instead of swimming against the current, you let yourself be carried? If you no longer saw yourself as a master of fate, but as a part of the grand cosmic dance, moving effortlessly with the rhythm of the universe? You are not broken. There is a peculiar idea that we carry, a whispering voice that tells us we are incomplete, damaged, or somehow in need of repair, as if life handed out perfect.
yeah. Like we said, we got to go back. That was the Christian part I said, but the other part, without Christianity, like people just think we're just so incomplete. And we need to see ourselves as complete and find someone that is complete also. And we can grow together. We all have flaws. Most people say, we're not perfect. I want to flip that shit on his head. I like to say that we all perfect beings. We just do imperfect things sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because growing up, I heard this crazy ass indoctrination. So, like I said to myself, whatever I heard, whatever was trying to be indoctrinated in me, I'm flipping it on this head. I'm doing the opposite. Whatever I heard, whatever I seen, whatever I saw being done, I'm doing the opposite. I saw women being disrespected. I will try to not put my hands on a chick. You know what I'm saying? Because the fucking 90s was crazy. 90s was crazy. I just see like domestic violence all over the goddamn place. I fought a stepdaddy. So it's like, look. Look, it is what it is. And I had to fight. 11 years old. But surprised I'm not dead right now on some real shit. Shit, man, nigga could have killed me. But I stood up like a goddamn G. You know what makes me mad about that day? My mama took the side of the stepdaddy. Ain't that a bitch? So you could tell how hurt I was.
Blueprints at birth. And somewhere along the way, we crumpled ours beyond recognition. And so we walk through life like shattered glass, believing we must gather the pieces, glue ourselves back together and become whole again. But who told you that you were broken? Who decided that you are anything less than what you ought to be in this very moment? The trees do not look at their gnarled branches and wish for straighter ones. The rivers do not apologize for the winding path they take to the sea. Everything in nature grows, shifts, and changes without the burden of shame. Only human beings invent the idea that they are somehow wrong for being as they are. The notion of being broken is the greatest illusion of all. It is a story told by the mind, fueled by comparisons, expectations, and the weight of past regrets. But if you let go of that story, even for a moment, you will see that there is nothing missing, nothing out of place. You have always been the full expression of life itself, no less worthy than the stars scattered across the night sky. And yet, the mind clings to its old trick. It insists that there is a you separate from the universe, a person who must be fixed, refined, and perfected before they are allowed to truly live. But what if that too is just a trick of perception? What if, instead of being a flawed individual trying to heal, you are already whole, simply experiencing the ebb and flow of existence? To see yourself as
you are already whole. And this one I find out like later on when I started going down my path, letting go of all religion, even spirituality. It was just like when I made it to the point of I'm just infinite consciousness, infinite awareness driving a vehicle known as the human body. My name is Jesse Arturo Washington. I'm not afraid to get my real name up. Ain't no shame in my game. I know the government watching me. Y'all are not my enemy. My enemy is the government, and I know they already know me. I know I'm on the list. I just wish, since my last name is Washington, I had some Denzel money. But I don't. So I gotta deal with what I gotta deal with, play the cards I'm dealt. But when I realized I'm infinite consciousness, infinite awareness driving a vehicle known as the human body, everything became clear. Whether there's an afterlife or no afterlife, I know that the life that I can create is going to take my effort. It's going to take my determination. It's going to take my ability and skill to get through this crazy shit we call life. And if I take any risks, it'll be for freedom and it'll be for love. That's it. I ain't taking a risk for shit else but freedom or love. I put my life on the line for freedom. I put my life on the line for love. Simple. And since I love freedom, or maybe a certain female I might lead, might meet or already know, whatever, however the game go, fight for that. At least try. At least fucking try. I understand life be lifing, but shit. Sometimes in life you gotta take risks. Because real shit, to me personally, if you don't truly take a risk, like how you ever really truly gonna experience life? But the goal is to know what type of risk to take. And since I love freedom, I'm putting my life on the line, risking my life for the revolution. And when it comes to love, I'm putting my heart on the line along with my life, because I die for this chick that I love. Real shit. So freedom and love, those are two risks I'll take. I'm not risking nothing else. Freedom and love. And sometimes freedom and love goes hand in hand. But I'm speaking of freedom for We like the freedom of us to get out this fucking tyranny. I put my life on the line for that. And freedom for a special someone. You know, the motherfucking love for the special someone, I believe, to me, personally, because like most people take risk on other shit. But me personally, it would just be for love. And it'll just be for freedom. I will put my life on the line for it. That's it. Shout out to Jordan. Yeah, we put our souls on the line in this bitch. You're right.
Broken is to miss the point entirely. The cracks, the wounds, the so-called imperfections, these are not evidence of failure. They are the brushstrokes of your story, the natural unfolding. Evidence of failure. They are the brushstrokes of your story, the natural unfolding of a life fully lived. The waves do not wish to be still. The fire does not wish to be cold. Why then should you wish to be anything other than exactly as you are? The dance of pain and pleasure. Life is not a straight road, nor is it a puzzle to be solved. It is a dance.
The dance of pain and pleasure. The dance of pain and pleasure. It's a dance. And I'm going to just say it like Devin the Dude. The things that'll make you laugh could be the same things that make you cry. Those things that'll make you tell the truth can make you lie, lie. It'll make you cry. I got my Swisher roll a fist ago up here to the liquor store to equalize my high so I can see it. That's my shit. Shout out to Devin the Dude, Houston, Texas, all motherfucking day.
A rhythm, a play of opposites. Light and dark, joy and sorrow, rise and fall. Yet somewhere along the way we decided that only half of this dance is acceptable. We chase pleasure like a moth to a flame, clinging to comfort, delight, and euphoria, while treating pain as an uninvited guest, something to be avoided, numbed, or conquered. But can you have one without the other? Think of music. A melody is not made of one eternal note, nor is a drumbeat composed of only the strike and never the silence. The rhythm of life is built on contrast. The sweetness of relief is only known because we have tasted suffering. Without sorrow, joy would have no meaning. Without struggle, triumph would be hollow. Yet we resist this fundamental truth, treating pain as a mistake rather than an essential part of the dance. But consider
treating pain as a mistake, then the essential part of the dance. And now I understand why sometimes pain is love. Real shit. I didn't want to say a Ja Rule album reference, but what would I be without my baby? But every done, he's a lady. You baby know that rule in the spot. I love you, baby. Oh man. Whew. Goddamn.
this. What happens when you stop running? When you stop labeling pain as the enemy? you may begin to see that it too has its own beauty. The way a storm clears the air, the way heartbreak deepens your capacity for love, the way suffering chisels you into someone who understands life more deeply. When you resist pain, it becomes unbearable, but when you let it move through you without clinging, without fear, it becomes just another step in the dance. Pleasure and pain, joy and sorrow, laughter and tears, they are not separate forces fighting for control over your life. They are partners moving together in a rhythm older than time itself.
And what's real crazy is this. What's real crazy is this. I was supposed to do that when it comes to other aspects of life. I only did it with death. When I realized death was a friend that guides you into infinity, I was supposed to use the other shit like love, pain, suffering. Like all this shit is just teachers to take you to the next level. And sometimes people forget. But me, I never realized. So when I finally realized, which was today, I see things a lot more clearer now. And not because of Alan Watts, but because of experience.
River does not argue with the rapids, nor does the flame resent the darkness it illuminates. So why should you resist the very nature of existence? If you truly want to be free, then dance with both. Welcome joy without grasping. Embrace pain without fear. And as you surrender to the rhythm, you will find that life was never meant to be conquered, only experienced in its fullness. The art of letting go. We live under the grand illusion that we must hold everything together, our lives, our identities, our ambitions, even our suffering. As if by sheer force of will, we could keep the waves from crashing or the seasons from changing. And yet, what happens when you try to hold water in your fist? The tighter you grip, the faster it slips away. Life is much the same. We grasp at things, relationships, achievements, beliefs, thinking that if we could just keep them from changing, we would finally be secure. But this clinging is the very source of our suffering. For everything in this universe is in motion, and nothing, not even the self you take so seriously, remains the same. Letting go is not about loss. It is about freedom. It is not a resignation to fate, nor is it apathy. It is the recognition that you were never in control to begin with. The river does not struggle to reach the ocean, nor does the tree resist the passing wind. They surrender.
And real shit. This is the shit that really, truly fucks with me. I'm talking about the shit that really, truly fucks with me. And I think I said this before on one of my lives. But now it's more serious now than ever. Shit that is beyond my control. fucks with me, when it impacts my life. Like, for example, the whole world shutting down. The whole fucking world shutting down because of a goddamn Resident Evil virus. Or fuck, I can say C-19, right? So yeah. Because of goddamn C-19. And I wanted to be a gamer. I wanted to motherfucking make money with this gaming shit. Then I remember, shit growing up, being raised, you know what I'm saying? Going through some experience. I look at reality. And reality, what if you don't blow up in this gaming shit? You're gonna need some bread. You're gonna spend all this money on this fucking gaming chair, this computer, the CPU, the green screen, the microphone. And then when this shit start, you're gonna wish you had some bread in your motherfucking pocket. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what was going on in my head. Or it could be a relationship go perfect and chick just cheat on you. And you don't even know what the fuck. Been through both. Forces beyond my control is what fucks with me. No matter what you say or do, nothing gonna change. Once a person got their mind made up, it's a wrap. But at the end of the day, all that you can do is just wish them the best. And keep the dough cracked for them. Because at the end of the day, you still have a good heart. And you still love deeply. But that's the only shit that fucks with me. Forces that's beyond my motherfucking control. But that's what makes you human. You go through these emotions. You go through the anger, the sadness, the grief, the depression, the fucking wrath, the motherfucking anxiety, or falling back into addiction. Like, real shit. Today, I understand that I may be putting this live out for everybody that haven't heard Alan Watts, but at the end of the day, I'm putting this shit out for myself. This is like a therapy session.
Not in weakness, but in perfect harmony with what is. But the mind resists this. It says, if I let go, I will fall. If I surrender, I will lose myself. But tell me, who is the I that is so afraid? Is it not just a collection of thoughts, memories, and identities that change from moment to moment? Like a cloud trying to hold its shape, you are trying to hold on to something that was never meant to be fixed. What if, instead of clinging, you simply allowed yourself to float? What if, instead of grasping for certainty, you embraced the unknown? What if you trusted that, just as the tide knows when to rise and the sun knows when to set, you too are part of a greater rhythm that needs no control? To let go is not to give up. It is to finally see that you were never holding on to anything real in the first place. It is the moment you stop struggling against the current and realize that you were the river all along. Your journey is now. There is a peculiar trick of the mind, a tendency to place life somewhere else, always just beyond reach. We tell ourselves, I will begin my journey when I'm ready, when I'm healed, when I have gathered enough wisdom, strength, or courage. But this is a mirage, a trick played by time itself. Because the journey is not in some distant future. It has never been anywhere but here. You see, we have been conditioned to think of life as a series of checkpoints, a staircase leading to some final perfected version of ourselves. One day, we say, I will arrive. But where exactly is this grand destination? Have you ever met someone who has truly arrived, who has completed the game of life and can now rest as a finished product? Of course not, because there is no finish line, no point where the curtain falls and you are declared complete. What if you were to drop the idea that something needs to change before you can begin? What if you no longer waited for permission from society, from time, from yourself? What if you saw right now in this very moment that you are already in motion? Because whether you recognize it or not, you have never been standing still. Even in your stillness, even in your hesitation, the river of life has been carrying you forward. The trees do not delay their growth until they feel ready. The ocean does not wait for approval before meeting the shore. All of existence unfolds in its own rhythm, neither rushing nor hesitating, simply being. And so, too, does your journey. But the mind clings to its old tricks. It whispers, not yet, you are not enough, just a little more preparation, a little more certainty, and then you may begin. But tell me, what is lacking in this moment? What is missing from the breath you are taking right now? If you truly examine this instant, not with the mind's endless chatter, but with direct experience, you will see that nothing is absent. Nothing has ever been absent. Conclusion, the journey home. And so, my friends, we return to where we began, not to an ending, but to the realization that there was never anything to chase, nothing to fix, and nowhere else to be. We spoke of the illusion of control, of how life moves not by force, but by flow. We uncovered the truth that you are not broken, that the idea of being incomplete was never more than a shadow cast by the mind. We dance with pain.
It's a shadow cast by the mind. You are not broken. For anybody out there that think that they are less than nothing, you are more than everything. For those people out there that think they're broken, you are not broken. You are complete. Right now, you're just going through it, but you just got to see yourself. And use your visualization. And see yourself as the goddess or the god or whatever. See yourself as better than what you see yourself is now. I know life be motherfucking life, man. I do.
And pleasure, seeing that one cannot exist without the other, that both are part of the great rhythm of existence.
And at the end of the day, y'all don't want to be like me singing, even though it seems I have everything, and I can't pretend that I don't see. Because without you, girl, my life is incomplete. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. At the end of the day, you are complete. You got to believe in yourself. It's all on you. It's all on you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make you laugh. But real shit, you know, it's like, man, life. It's motherfucking life, man. And like real shit, I used to motherfucking always say this. I always said this. I laugh to keep from crying. Okay. I laugh to motherfucking keep from crying. Never forget that. But real shit.
We explore the art of letting go, not as a loss, but as liberation. The moment you stop struggling and remember that you were never drowning, only learning to float. And finally, we arrived at the truth. That your journey does not begin in some distant future, but here, now, in this very breath. So the question is no longer, when will I begin? But will I awaken to the fact that I already have? You do not need to wait for some grand transformation. You do not need to become someone else. The ocean does not need permission to be vast, and the stars do not ask to shine, and neither do you. Let this be your moment of return, not to some distant paradise, but to yourself. To the quiet knowing that you are already enough, already whole, already moving with the tide of life itself. So breathe, let go, step forward, not toward an ending, but into the infinite unfolding of now. Thank you.
Yep. I think we got like 2 more.
Break. It's a word that carries a weight we've all felt at some point in our lives. It can leave you feeling like the world has crumbled beneath your feet, like the air around you is heavier and harder to breathe. But today I want to remind you that heartbreak, as painful as it feels, is not the end of your story. It's an opportunity to write a new chapter. The first step to healing is acceptance. You have to face the reality of the situation not with judgment, not with blame, but with understanding. What happened cannot be undone, but how you choose to move forward is entirely in your hands. Let yourself grieve, let yourself feel, because denying those emotions only delays the healing process. Now let's talk about self-love. When was the last time you truly looked at yourself and said, I am enough? Heartbreak has a way of making you question your worth, but this is the time to remind yourself that you are whole, even if someone else didn't see it, and take yourself on that journey of rediscovery. Explore your passions, prioritize your health, and surround yourself with people who uplift you. Every heartbreak carries a lesson. It may teach you about what you need in a relationship, or it may highlight areas of growth within yourself. Reflect on these lessons, but don't let them make you bitter. Let them make you wiser. Because the truth is, every step, every stumble is preparing you for something greater. Let's talk about vision. What does your future look like now?
Now, when it comes to that, some people don't believe that. Like I always said, when I cover Alan Watts, I always try to cover what people don't want to talk about when they go through the journey. See, Alan Watts talks about what we need to do to overcome and get to the outcome. But sometimes you forget about the journey. Sometimes a heartbreak, a person will never go back to loving again. Everything is a sign, everything is a red flag, everything is no trust. No matter what you say, no matter what you try to do. Once the mind is made up, it's made up. And that's what Alan Watts don't talk about. You finally sealed the deal and made a decision on staying single forever, or never being married, or never having a family, or never wanting to deal with love ever again in life. God damn it, I fucking been there. In that moment, sometimes it feels good to just be like, yes, it feels good to have no problems or issues with anyone else. But at the same time, man, we put on this earth for each other. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Man and woman gotta live on this motherfucking planet, and we gotta find a way to motherfucking make this shit work. All this motherfucking gender war shit, all this trauma shit, all this I'm scared to go forward shit on making some shit happen. Fuck that, man. Man, we supposed to be really truly loving each other, really doing better. But I guess that's not gonna fucking happen, right? There's gonna be constant division. I hate that shit. I hate it with a fucking passion. This is why I say, like, the only thing that's gonna motherfucking end all this shit is a fucking revolution. Maybe if a woman see a real man fighting the government, maybe everything will change. Maybe when the whole world goes to shit and motherfucking females realize they're gonna need some real true protection that's gonna really help them out and their kids, like, maybe, who knows? Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? But I hate the way things is right now. I really fucking do. That's why sometimes I say they can blow this whole fucking planet up. Don't nobody want shit. Don't nobody want to fight for their freedom. Don't nobody want to fight for love. It's like, fuck it. Let the evil step on us. Let the evil divide us. Let the evil confuse us. Like, what the fuck? And most motherfuckers, with the life that they live growing up, the motherfucking systematic shit or whatever, the fucking slavery, the post-traumatic slave disorder, all this shit just make motherfucker just want to self-fucking delete. And there was a point in my time for months, I wanted to get the fuck about this bitch. I got the blammer right here. I could do it now. But just realizing what I've been through, like understanding my journey, overcoming addiction, overcoming other obstacles, learning how to be a better me. The drive and the willpower to keep on just motherfucking making it. And still having that motherfucking optimism, like one day someone is gonna be on your same wavelength, same frequency. Y'all gonna grind together. Y'all two against the world. Because at the end of the day, I already got my shit together. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to self, and I'm still motherfucking doing my training, doing my work. But like, I know the full meaning. It's all about love. You know what I'm saying? Love, care, kindness. You know what I'm saying? Like within self. And to make sure the other person is connected with self and y'all both can build. No going to the past, no thinking about none of the bullshit. It's just like y'all can build from where y'all at. But call me crazy, but I'll still take the risk for love. Right now, it's the risk for freedom.
Heartbreak isn't the end, it's a blank slate. Imagine the possibilities, the dreams you set aside, the strength you're gaining through this experience. And picture yourself thriving, not just surviving.
But like now, what he just said, think about the dreams you set aside. I ain't set aside no dreams for love. I can still fulfill my dreams with the love that I'm trying to get. I don't gotta set aside shit for love. See, this is why I don't really agree with Alan Watts 100%. Because he gotta cover the journey fully. But I fucks with him. But the journey fully. I can still fulfill my dreams and still have the love of my life. I don't have to set aside shit for love. I don't have to sacrifice myself for love. I don't have to sacrifice a piece of myself. This chick knows who I am, full-fledged revolutionary. I know who she is. She can be like a revolutionary in like whatever field she's fucking with. Music, art, literature, whatever. We got each other back. We both share the same views, likes, dislikes, hatred. Like we both got the shit down packed. I know shit ain't gonna be perfect, but god damn it, we're gonna fucking get through it. Communication is key.
Because you will. Healing is not a straight line. There will be days when the weight feels too heavy. But each day as you choose to rise, you are rebuilding. And one day you'll look back at this moment, not with sadness, but with gratitude for how far you've come. So I leave you with...
And yes, I'm 37. And I swear to God, yes, it may be long ago, but when you realize how strong addiction is, or how strong the feeling of having your heart broken is, you need to just sit down and just collect yourself, collect your thoughts, meditate, like real shit. Loss is a motherfucker. Like a motherfucker. Whether you're losing a friend, a family member, or a loved one, or like someone you loved, boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, whatever. It's a motherfucker. And real shit, what Alan Watts don't want to say, I'm going to say it for him. There's just some things you can't get over. And that's a fucking fact. There's some things that is going to be with you forever. Because it was that traumatizing. Because it was that hurtful. Because it was that sad. Because it was that something that make you trigger anger or wrath. Some shit just stay with you. And it's what we do with that emotion that's lodged deep within our subconscious, within our spirit, where heart, mind, wherever. We got to deal with that shit whenever it rises up. Like real shit. We got to really, truly get through it. Yes, Alan Watts. Yes, my nigga Alan Watts sound cold and it sound real good what he's saying, but I got to give you what goes on in our journey. Because this is what we're going through right fucking now. Letting go, heartbreak, dealing with loss, dealing with self, loving yourself. I need to cover Alan Watts more often. But like I said then, this is not only for just putting it out there for those that don't know about Alan Watts. This is really for me. Therapy session, reminding myself. Sometimes like a jam session. It's just like, just reminding myself, I am creative, I am unique. you know, because we all have the ability to motherfucking overcome all of our motherfucking trials and tribulations. It's up to us. As like Alan Watts said in the last video, we are our own worst enemy.
Heartbreak is not a defeat, it's a redirection. Step into the new path with courage, love yourself fiercely, and remember, you are stronger than you think. Heartbreak is one of life's most profound and challenging experiences. It shakes us to our core, often leaving us feeling raw, vulnerable, and disoriented. But amidst the pain lies an extraordinary truth. Heartbreak is a transformation. It's a process of shedding old layers, letting go of what no longer serves us, and emerging stronger, wiser, and more resilient. While it doesn't feel like it in the moment, heartbreak holds the power to push us toward becoming the best versions of ourselves. When heartbreak enters your life, it forces you to confront emotions you might have never dealt with before. It compels you to sit with discomfort, to face your fears of loneliness, rejection, or failure. While this can feel
But what makes me upset, or most people upset that felt that they got over it, is the fact that it still just keeps happening. Why the constant heartbreak? Why? Why? Why the emotional switch from love to nothing? Why the not caring about another person's feelings? Why do we all do this to each other? It's a motherfucker. It's a motherfucker. And I always say to myself, no matter what I've been through, I'm going to still be the loving and caring motherfucker that I'm going to be. On a relationship tip, you know. Pause. You know. But it's been since 2011. Love is a motherfucker. So it's hatred. And no one wants to talk about when you love someone so deeply, the moment it ends, there could be the same amount of hatred. No one talks about that. This is why I say, yes, I fucks with Alan Watts, but Alan Watts don't talk about the journey, the real journey, step-by-step journey. Sometimes he probably do, but this is the real shit. Heartbreak. Some heartbreak leads to a motherfucker killing a motherfucker. That's how deep it goes. Spoiler alert. Some people could die. See, that's the other part of the journey that people don't want to talk about. Everything is not peaches and cream all the goddamn time. Sometimes a motherfucker will cry his motherfucking eyes out and blow his motherfucking own fucking head off. Or take out the chick that broke his heart along with the kids. Then himself. Then the house. I'm talking about awesome, wild shit. This is why we need to know ourselves. We need to stay in tune with ourselves. Meditate, affirmation, visualization, mudras, or fuck it, whatever motherfucking puts you at a state of bliss. Like, But real talk, man. This is wild.
Overwhelming, it's also an invitation to growth. Transformation begins when we stop running from pain and start acknowledging it. It's in those quiet, tear-filled nights that you begin to peel back the layers of yourself, uncovering parts of your identity that might have been buried under the weight of a relationship. Heartbreak is a wake-up call, a signal that it's time to rediscover who you are outside of what you've lost. The process of transformation often begins with questions. Who am I now? What do I want moving forward? These questions might seem...
And that's for those that already motherfucking haven't went through it for the first time already. But I'm speaking from a person that has been through it multiple times in my fucking life. Tired of going through this shit. What the fuck is wrong? Is it me? Is it them? What should I did that was different? What did I say wrong? What did I do wrong? It's just like the constant beating yourself up. And then the addiction, then death. Fuck the bullshit. Let's just be honest. Because once you don't control yourself, you're gonna fucking die.
Daunting at first, but they are the seeds of growth. Heartbreak pushes you into uncharted territory, forcing you to rethink your priorities and redefine your values. It strips away the illusion of what you...
redefine your values. But what if your value was a chick that was on the same frequency as you? And then suddenly it just ends. What explanation can get you through that? And this is every fucking time on my end. And still I end up feeling like shit. Like, what the fuck happened? Everything was just perfect. What the fuck? You know, every fucking time. I feel like Dean Winchester, son of a bitch. Damn, Sam, Cass. Cass, Sam. She's a goddamn demon, Sam. You know what I'm saying? You know. But I already said to myself, if I'm taking a risk, it's definitely going to be for love. So I accept the pain that comes with taking a risk for love. When it comes to revolution and fighting, I accept my fate on that battlefield. You dig? And you already know what I mean. I will live and fight, and I will die for my freedom. And real shit, as much as they want to purge people off of YouTube, like I always say, I can't wait till this YouTube shit ends. Because I will be out there on the battlefield. For real, for real. I need to hurry put out this documentary so y'all can see all the work I put in the hood and in the community and shit, you know, before I fucking leave this bitch. On some real shit. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can know, be like, okay, Hurricane did his shit, he put in his work. Yeah, it's time for revolution. You know, like, what else is the next move? You know, like, what else could be the next move? Minister of information, gave back to the hood, gave back to the community, did shows for the kids, did shows for the grown-ups. You know what I'm saying? Protest, newspaper and shit. Like, shit. What's next? Revolution, bitch. Not about to stay stagnant. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's gonna be my mission just to be a minister of information. But like at the end of the day, you know, if I'm gonna fucking lead my own resistance, I'm just gonna be myself and whoever wanna fuck with me. Shit, because I ain't telling anybody to sign up. It's like it's gonna be up to you. But you know, like people's like, nigga, they was saying they say, yo, dog, I'm down when you down for sure. You know what I'm saying? So like shouts out to y'all for automatically joining the revolution. You feel me? Shouts out to y'all. Like I ain't even have to say join up, sign up, follow me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all automatically in it. So, you know, like y'all cool with me. You know. But why did I start this video? I just want to let y'all know. This month has been a motherfucker. Has been a motherfucker. Real shit. This month has been a motherfucker. And I want to say shout out to my homeboy. You know, RIP. He passed this morning. And you know, he was on my motherfucking NWO track. He was like my troops already, you know what I'm saying? And like he was a hype motherfucker. Y'all thought I was hype? Y'all thought I get live? That motherfucker was liver than me. Like if I had a hype man, if I needed a hype man, it'll be him. Shouts out to H Deuce. And I'm pulling up for him right now. You know, this my other double shot that's poured in my drink. And yeah. You know. And a lot of other, you know, and some more loss that I don't want to get into. And just lost my uncle last month. His birthday is this month. Lost my mom last year. Her birthday is this month. Also, I'm talking about like days right after each other. Today's my sister's birthday, so I'm happy for my sister. I'm glad she's out. So it's like I'm dealing with loss and dealing with happiness all at the same motherfucking time right now. More loss than happiness. I'm happy for my sister. You know, she out there hanging out. She doing her thing. But like the loss part is just like, it really hurts. And I'm not even going to hold you up. I'm fucked up right now. And I felt, you know, that if I, pull up for my homeboy, pour a shot for all the brothers and sisters of the struggle, pour up for my family, despite all the bullshit I've been through with my mom. Her birthday is on the 29th. My uncle's birthday, he just died last month. His birthday is on the 26th, right after Christmas. You know, so shit. I had a godmother named Gina. Her birthday was this month. You know, there's a lot, like, I'm talking about, it's a lot of people. A lot of people. And another thing is just like shit, like due to the motherfucking situation, I might not make it to my homeboy wedding, you know, because the motherfucking money is motherfucking, let's say, a little tight. You know what I'm saying? And I have to put everything towards this goddamn house. So hopefully I can try to get a suit at the last minute. You know, the color is green and gold. I just got to get a green and gold suit. You know, but I'm pulling up my chaser. Yeah, so I hope everything go cool with that. But like, yeah, it's, it's a lot of shit going on. I'm balancing the good and the bad. It's just like a balance of emotions. And there was a point that I wanted to dive back into alcoholism. So I was like, you know what? Let me sit the fuck down, calm the fuck down, meditate on this, let all the tears flow, and just go live, speak about Alan Watts, and then and then after that, you bang you some motherfucking music and you cheer yourself up and you give your shout outs to your people. Because at the end of the day, no matter what time frame I'm in, no matter what I'm going through, it was always my true closest homies that got me through. And that's y'all. And I thank y'all. And real shit. And happy birthday, Megatron. You know what I'm saying? His birthday was day before yesterday. I need to go over there and holler at him. But it was y'all that got me through. It was y'all. Each and every one of y'all that got me through. Remember, I came to YouTube angry. Now I could leave YouTube, you know, not with such a heavy motherfucking heart, but with a little small following. And some revolutionary brothers and sisters. So I really, truly thank y'all. No matter what time frame I was going through my shit in, it was always my friends and closest comrades, closest brothers that helped me get through. Even when I didn't have to say shit about what I was going through. I could have kept all my life a secret and not put it on wax or not say it on live. But being comfortable, being true, being real, you know, being genuine, you know, that's what people respect. So at the end of the day, shouts out to y'all. And y'all give yourselves a round of applause and a pat on the back for just being y'all. Because real shit, most niggas will get on live and blow their own fucking noodles off. If I tell you the shit that I fucking been through, that most people would be like, oh shit. You went through that? But I just want to just thank y'all, you know.
Thought your life should be, leaving behind a blank canvas. This is where transformation happens when you realize that the life you imagined isn't the only life you can have. In the midst of heartbreak, there's an opportunity to reconnect with yourself on a deeper level. Often we pour so much of ourselves into relationships that we lose sight of our individuality. Heartbreak gives you the chance to reclaim that. It's a time to focus on what brings you joy, what ignites your passion, and what nurtures your soul. It's a chance to rebuild your foundation, not based on someone else's expectations, but on your own desires and needs. The transformation that heartbreak brings isn't always immediate or linear. It comes in waves, sometimes subtle, sometimes overwhelming. You might find yourself questioning why it had to happen, replaying moments in your mind or longing for closure. But over time, the pain softens and you start to notice changes within yourself. You become more aware of your strength, more confident in your ability to navigate life's challenges, and more open to new possibilities.
Now, what if you already know that and you're still going through with a heartbreak? That's what he don't talk about. We already know this. And we think we navigated through life shits and we're like, all right, we found this special someone. Oh, blindsided. Heartbreak. Out of nowhere. What do you do? What do you do? Can't do shit. But just sit there and accept it. That shit hurts. You already know this. When you feel you navigated through life struggles, you know the fucking crazy shit that's going to happen. You've been through all the bullshit in relationships and You know you're not going to get blindsided by any other bullshit, but nope, yet you get blindsided. Because sometimes you don't even got to do anything. That's the shit that they don't talk about. And sometimes it could be something so subtle that you feel that it could have just been like over with at the moment it was talked out, but no, not all the time. And we gotta accept that. That's the shit that hurts. And that's what Alan Watts don't talk about. That's why I love covering Aaron Watts. Because he's on point. And what he's saying is right. But what if you already know that, been through that, and yet you still got to experience the heartbreak? When you know you dodged all the traps, read all the signs, and you still like, what? You still deer caught in the headlights. What about that moment? You don't talk about that one. But I can't. I've been through it.
One of the most beautiful aspects of this transformation is the resilience it fosters. Heartbreak shows you that you can survive what you thought would break you. It teaches you that even in your darkest moments, you have the capacity to heal. And that resilience...
Now, when you have the capacity to heal, what happens if you get broken again? What about that part? But let me guess. If you got broken again, you was never healed in the first place. Bullshit. Because you dodged all the red flags, you dodged all the no good women, or you dodged all the no good men. You found someone that's on the same level, and then suddenly, poof, non-existent. Either someone cheats or someone self-sabotages, or someone cheats or someone self-sabotages. It was always the same shit on my end. Like, what the fuck? And then they go to the part where you blame yourself. Like, is it me? What the fuck did I do? And you feel like shit even though you done nothing. Or maybe you have, and it was something that was so fucking subtle that you wouldn't even think that it was an outrageous incident. And you would think to yourself that this is the stupidest shit ever. But at the same time, you got to understand that that's that other person's life. And that was her experience or his experience. Understanding the fucking dynamic of the whole situation. What if you know all that and still get fucked?
It doesn't just stay with you, it becomes a part of who you are. It's what enables you to face future challenges with courage and grace.
This is why I understand Jordan. I don't want to fucking deal with no relationships no more. I'm tired of being fucking played. Tired of being fucked over. Tired of self-sabotage. This is why I say, Jordan, I feel you. And this is why I always say, but just keep your heart open just a little bit. You know, because I'm waiting for somebody to pull me out of Cougar Town. You know, and glad that, you know, hopefully I get put out of Cougar Town or get pulled out of motherfucking paying for pussy. Because no one don't want to do that shit forever. And that's on some real shit. You think I want to be in Cougar Town forever? If I end up with a cougar that I end up falling in love with, I don't mind. You know, we can grow together and, you know, we can do the damn thing. But come on now. You think I want to be nigga paying for it forever? You end up broke. Y'all heard my parody. You lost every dime. You heard my parody. But come on. But I want some real shit. Be honest with yourself. We all want love. We all want love and respect. Most people choose respect over love. What about both? Can I have both? And sometimes we need to look at ourselves. Sometimes the things we do, sometimes we may not think that it affects people, and it do. Sometimes we need to check ourselves in some of these situations when it comes to, relationships and trying to be with somebody. Sometimes we need to check ourselves.
Knowing that you've already weathered storms before. And transformation through heartbreak also comes with a renewed sense of gratitude. As you heal, you begin to appreciate the small joys in life, the laughter of friends, the comfort of a favorite book, the warmth of the sun on your face. Heartbreak has a way of stripping life down to its essentials, reminding you of what truly matters. It teaches you to cherish the present moment, to find beauty in simplicity, and to recognize the strength in vulnerability. Heartbreak.
Hey, Marvin, you never had a ranch? Hey, yo, Marvin, I gotta ask you a quick. Did you have a ranch before? Because I don't know if I'm high or not, but I think you did. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it, Ray. Hold on. Voila. You good now, nigga? I'm just fucking with you, man. Thanks for the laugh, bro.
Prepares you for the future in ways you might not need more effectively.
Those bastards kicked me out
It
my
also
YouTube,
opens your
y'all.
heart to deeper connections, not because you need someone else to complete you, but because you've learned to stand strong on your own. While the pain of heartbreak is undeniable, its transformative power is equally profound. It's a catalyst for growth, a journey of self-discovery, and a reminder of the strength that lies within you.
No. I'm going to say no and yes. A catalyst for growth. Yes and no. Because rather if you're a man trying to find a woman or a woman trying to find a man, and you feel you already know, and then you just get blindsided, it's like, what can prepare you for that? Nothing can prepare you for that shit. 1 minute is perfect, next minute over. No one can prepare you for that shit. Because you sitting in your mind like, what the fuck? It could either be an I don't know, or self-sabotage, or or you did something to trigger a traumatic event. No one prepares you for this shit.
Heartbreak doesn't just end something, it begins something new. It challenges you to rise, to rebuild, and to create a life that's even more beautiful than the one you have.
But at the end of the day, most people are tired of rebuilding. Sometimes after the heartbreak number 2, a female or a man is done. And sometimes I wonder, why is I'm such a fucking fool still trying to motherfucking find love when it ain't gonna be out there? Why is I'm still giving my fucking hopes up? Why is I'm still putting myself through this torture? Used to think about that shit all the fucking time. And then I answered my own question later. I put myself through this shit because I choose to. I choose to experience love because I love the way it feels. you know, thinking about and planning for the future with a special someone. That feels good. And then when you finally meet, you finally start doing that shit, and then you see the vision come to pass. Now you planning more shit. It's good. But like, everything starts somewhere. You know, talking phase, then dating, and then love, and shit like that. Everything got to start somewhere. But I'm willing to still keep my heart open, in spite of all I've been through. And I always got to say that because at the end of the day, like I said, we all want love and we all want respect. And we all need to do better. Because we shouldn't even have a gender war at all. At all. And we all shouldn't be hurting each other to the point where someone can't get with the next person because of what they've been through. We can't not get through a whole year or a month or a couple weeks without someone triggering a past event. Then we hear about trauma dumping, love bombing, and we hear about a whole bunch of shit that discourages love instead of motherfucker actually just motherfucking fighting for it without being called crazy. Are you crazy? Okay, cool. Fuck it. I'm crazy for believing in love. Cool. But at the end of the day, it's part of the goddamn code that I live by, whether anybody know it or not. And this code is also in other cultures, even religion. So it's like, once we know the full meaning of love, we will really, truly love each other. Till then, the word has been used very loosely, and most people don't mean it. And it's sad to me. Real fucking sad.
Imagined. Acceptance is one of the most critical yet challenging steps in healing after heartbreak. When faced with the pain of a broken heart, it is natural to resist the reality of the situation. We cling to memories, replay conversations, and hold on to the hope that things might somehow return to the way they were. But true healing begins the moment we allow ourselves to accept what has happened, even when it feels impossible. Acceptance isn't about pretending everything is okay or forcing yourself to move on quickly. Instead, it is about coming to terms with the reality of the situation and finding the strength to face it with honesty and grace.
And that's the inner struggle. Not moving on quickly, not getting distracted by a whole bunch of other shit, but like really getting in tune with yourself. But at the end of the day, a motherfucker got to do that every fucking time. Sometimes I feel like a fool for having my heart open, trying to fucking love. Real shit. And then go back to the acceptance stage. I'm accepted. I'm better. Then you try to love someone again and you get hurt again. It's like, no, nigga, fuck all this shit. I'm done with love. I see why people let the shit fucking go. I just wish people don't. I just wish people just actually just give shit a chance. Despite all the bullshit, all the hard shit, if a motherfucker got to deal with a low-end job that they don't like and talk to people that they don't want to talk to or deal with shit, why the fuck I can't deal with love? Y'all deal with everything else that y'all don't want to fucking deal with, but love is some shit that we all need to be fucking dealing with, but yet motherfuckers are afraid. I was afraid at one point, until I had to look within self and be like, love is the only thing I should take a risk for. Like it's one of those moments where you just sit down with yourself. This ain't about sitting down with a psychiatrist, ain't sitting down with nobody else but with yourself. And I understand why most people don't want to sit down with themselves, because they got to confront themselves. And I have to confront myself every day. Yes, alcoholism was the first shit that I had to get over. But once you get over that, then you start dealing with life. The second thing I had to get over was not trying to self-fucking delete. You feel me? What got me through that? Shit, meditation, visualization, affirmation. And then as soon as I got into the YouTube field, it was y'all. Y'all was cool. Yep. Cutting off what no longer serves you. But what if there's someone you love that probably feel that they no longer serve you, but you still feel the love for them deeply, and you don't want nothing to happen to them in any way, shape, or form? I'm talking about someone that they got the greatest potential, the greatest love in their heart, but just gives up or ends abruptly. What do you do about that? According to Alan Watts, he says acceptance. I don't want to accept the fact that I'm about to lose someone that has the greatest potential to be greater. To alcoholism, drugs, prostitution, whatever. It hurts to see that shit.
The journey of acceptance starts with acknowledging your feelings without judgment. Heartbreak stirs a storm of emotions: sadness, anger, confusion, and even guilt. These emotions are valid, and resisting them only prolongs the pain. Acceptance means giving yourself permission to feel whatever comes up. It's okay to cry, to feel hurt, and to sit with the discomfort. This is not a sign of weakness, but of courage. By allowing yourself to feel, you begin to release the emotional weight that heartbreak carries. Often, a significant barrier to acceptance is the tendency to dwell on what could have been. We imagine alternative scenarios, question every decision, and hold on to the idea that things might have turned out differently if only we had done something more or less.
Skirt. I need to read this comment. In the first phase, you go gray rock. Second phase, zero contact. Third phase, you pray for them. Fourth, you pray for yourself. Now, me, I'm not in the religious shit, but what you say still apply. Those last two, keep them in my thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. So keep them in my thoughts and views and my meditations. But you're still right, though, Marvin. Real shit. But at the same time, man, what if it's just a special person that you just can't let go? And like the way I said it, you feel the way I said it. It's like, What if there's a special person that you just can't let go? What do you do about that? I mean, like, you wish them well, you ain't on no stalker shit, you ain't on no crazy shit, but it's just like in your heart and in your spirit and in your mind, you just can't let them go. What do you do about that? Real shit.
While this is a natural part of processing loss, it also keeps us stuck in the past. Acceptance requires letting go of the what-ifs and recognizing that the past cannot be changed. It is about shifting your focus from what was to what is and allowing yourself to live in the present moment. Another important aspect of acceptance is understanding that closure may not come from external sources. Many people wait for an apology, an explanation, or some form of validation from the other person before they feel they can move on. While these things can be helpful, they are not always guaranteed. True.
Yeah. Not always guaranteed. And sometimes the breakup could be the most silliest. The shit that'll make you boggle your head and be like, gee, this is the fucking reason, bitch? Are you fucking retarded? But at the same time, there's a overwhelming sadness that come upon you. Even though you know the whole incident is fucking stupid. But it's like the time you invested, it still counts. You know, so it's like, God damn. And then like sometimes you look at yourself and be like, what the fuck? You know, but this is why I fucks with Alan Watts. Because he's gonna make us think. Yeah. Yep. That stand of love is the shit though. That bread and butter was a good album. Yep.
Closure comes from within. It is the decision to stop seeking answers outside yourself and to find peace in your own heart. Acceptance.
Yeah. Find closure within yourself and peace in your own heart. It's like when you thought you found that after years going by of not being in love, that love comes back, and then you get heartbroken again, then you go years without love, then you look up, you fucking 45, 50 fucking years old. You think a motherfucker want to keep going through that? I'm just being motherfucking honest. Some people be with a motherfucker for years, and then they finally let the motherfucker go, get with someone new, and the shit don't even fucking last no more than like 2 or 3 fucking months. But you were just with that nigga for years, being abused, knocked upside your head, cheated on, and all this motherfucking shit. But I'm about to show you something better. It's like what the fuck? Fear, self-sabotage, or the cheating, or or whatever the fuck that boggles your fucking mind. Mind you, this is vice versa. This is vice versa, everybody. This is men and women. And it's just like, God damn, man, when is this motherfucker gonna be happy? Or like, is there even love for us? revolutionaries, truthers, seekers, conspiracy theorists, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or is there real, true, genuine love out there? Because like what makes me motherfucking mad is the people that I see in love right now are fucking NPCs and sheep. People like us with heads on our shoulders, it's like it's a fucking problem. And when we try to get together, it's a motherfucking friction that shouldn't fucking be. If like you know, like if we are damn near the same fucking person, I always say get with someone that's just like you. And sometimes it's like I don't even think of nobody out there for me. And like whenever I think that shit, I have to motherfucker snap out of it. I'm like, man, there is how many people in this world? Like, come on, man. There got to be someone out there. But if majority of the goddamn world is NPCs, it's like looking for a needle in the haystack. And I think if you find that needle in the haystack, you should at least try to fight for it. You know? And you know, like that's going by my own motherfucking shit. It's like I take a risk only for love and for my freedom. And like despite what I've been through, I'm gonna still stick by that. Because who doesn't want love? Like real shit.
Means acknowledging that you may never fully understand why things happened the way they did, and that's okay.
Right. You would never fully understand why things happen the way they did. The shit just fucking happened. But I hate how it happens to me. I really fucking do. It's always out the fucking clear blue.
Need all the answers to begin healing. Acceptance is also about reframing your perspective on loss. Heartbreak often feels like the end of something, and in many ways it is. But it can also be the beginning of something new. When you accept the situation for what it is, you open yourself up to the possibility of growth and transformation. Acceptance doesn't mean you have to be happy about what happened, but it does mean finding meaning in the experience.
Yeah, finding meaning in the experience. What's the meaning? What's the fucking meaning? This always happens to me. Shit always ends abruptly. Sometimes either for no reason or some reason that's stupid. Or a reason that can be dealt with conversation and changing of behavior. You know? But there's plenty of times I wanted to give up. And then when it comes to heartbreak of losing a loved one or a friend to death, you know, shit that's outside of relationships, you know, just gotta think about the good memories, think about the lessons, you know. But this is Alan Watts, just talking about all the things that we deal with in life.
It's about recognizing that every ending holds the seeds of a new beginning, and that the pain you feel now is part of a greater process of becoming. One of the most powerful tools for acceptance is self-compassion. Be kind to yourself during this time. It's easy to fall into the trap of self-blame, questioning your worth or feeling like you weren't enough.
Yes. Questioning my worth, feeling like I'm not enough. Hate feeling like that. Then you just realize it's the other person. Sometimes they'll tell you directly, it ain't you, it's me. And you just don't want to believe it. You just want to just cling on to what could possibly be. Or when you lose a loved one or a friend, you just want to cling on to those, to those good moments, or it's a motherfucker.
But acceptance means treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a close friend. Remind yourself that heartbreak is a universal experience and that you are not alone in your pain. You are deserving of love and healing, and the fact that something didn't work out does not diminish your value. Acceptance is not a single moment or a quick fix, it is a process. There will be days when it feels easier and days when the pain resurfaces. This is normal.
Yeah.
Heal.
Well, let me tell you something about the higher calling. What I've seen in my life, there was never a higher calling for the person that left me. Never. It was never a higher calling. It was always a down fucking spiral. And I cried every time I see that person. On the inside. And then sometimes, shed a little soldier's tear, because all we could have did was just talk. We could have got through this. We could have made something work. We could have, But I'll never forget what a cougar told me. When the chick got her mind made up, and it's made up, you can see it in her eyes that it's made up. You can feel it in the energy that is made up. There's nothing you can do. It's just like a chick that want to get with a nigga that's in the goddamn street, and she want that nigga to change. Like, nigga, that nigga ain't gonna fucking change. She been being in the streets forever. He gonna change for you? Like I said, it's vice versa. Like, it's vice versa. But sometimes I really do get motherfucking upset and irritated that the NPCs can be couples and the truthers, seekers, revolutionaries, or conspiracy theorists, we gotta be alone. Or at least take a hard time to motherfucking find a special someone that's on the same page. Because of the gender war, because of the media, because of the economy, because of systematic racism. There's a lot of shit that's going to keep us from each other. Past trauma, exes. Nobody going to want to move on. After going through a whole bunch of shit like that. Like, I'm going up against, it's like Scott Pilgrim versus the fucking world. Have y'all seen Scott Pilgrim versus the world? It's like that, but I'm fighting trauma, exes, baby daddies, husbands, ex-husbands, niggas that's watching from a distance, niggas that's jealous. It's like, goddamn. That's what I gotta go through. But it is what it is.
Is not linear, and acceptance is something you may need to practice repeatedly. Over time, as you continue to embrace the reality of the situation, you will find that the pain begins to lessen and the weight starts to lift. Acceptance is not about forgetting or erasing what happened, it is about finding peace with it. Acceptance is a gift you give yourself. It is the act of choosing to let go of resistance and step into a space of clarity and openness. It allows you to move forward, not because you have to, but because you deserve to. By embracing acceptance, you reclaim your power, your peace, and your ability to create a new and fulfilling chapter in your life. Acceptance is a gift you give yourself. It is the act of choosing to let go of resistance and step into a space of clarity and openness.
Yep. Acceptance. Just accept it. On some real shit. But the shit that just gets me is when you thought you maneuvered, when you thought you got over all the shit that you've been through, you still get hit with that curveball, or you still get blindsided. And it's like it's that shit right there. And it comes from the shit that's beyond your control. That's the only thing that gets me. But I got to always remind myself, I can't get mad, I can't get sad, I can't get upset about things that's beyond my control. But fuck that shit. If it was love, some tears gonna have to be shed, words gonna have to be said. Bars. And and that's what Alan Watts don't talk about. But I'll break it up. Now we're on the last one.
Well,
And then we're gonna come back, go live. I'm gonna just, have a jam session and shit. I'm talking about like right after this.
now really, when we go back then to falling in love and say it's crazy, falling. You see, we don't say rising into love. There is in it the idea of the fall. And it goes back, as a matter of fact, to extremely fundamental things. That there is always a curious tie at some point between the fall and the creation. Taking this ghastly risk is the condition of there being life. You see, for all, the life is an act of faith and an act of gamble. The moment you take a step, you do so on an act of faith because you don't really know that the floor is not going to give under your feet. The moment you take a journey, what an act of faith. The moment you enter into any kind of human undertaking and relationship, what an act of faith. See, you've given yourself up. But this is the most powerful thing that can be done. Surrender. See, and love is an act of surrender to another person. Total abandonment. I give myself to you. Take me. Do anything you like with me. See?
Man, I wish I could probably have the same testimony as you, Marvay. But when I was a Christian for all them years and I prayed for my enemies, they got worser. And they fucked me over 10 times over. Pause. But when I woke up in the spirituality and found myself, told them about themselves, let's just say now they are really afraid. Couple of them have to see the wrath firsthand. This is my experience. Because I used to be Christian and I prayed all my life. I didn't get no answer. My mom didn't get off of crack. People that I prayed for became the worstest people I've ever seen and met in my life. People call it the devil. People call it the enemy. People call it the evil spirit. People call it possession. I call it the human heart. If it's in your heart, it's who the fuck you are. When a person show you who they are, you believe them. I'm showing y'all that I'm a revolutionary. Believe it. It's a fucking lifestyle, not a trend. Ain't nobody else doing this shit on YouTube. Now, but not knocking no religion. Marvay, you come over here, like you cool, you show love. I consider you cool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, now they have to live in shame. Oh yeah, definitely. But I also told him, if you come by me again, I'm gonna pop you. I did tell him that. But yeah. Yeah. I was like, just because I'm taking the spiritual path don't mean I won't pop your ass. Those are my exact words. Those are my exact words. It was like, nigga, just because I follow the path of peace, mind, and meditation, nigga, don't mean I won't pop your ass. I say that too. I was like, shit, don't take my kindness for weakness. I ain't hearing that bullshit. I'm not falling for all the okie doke shit that we used to do back in the day. I'm done with that shit. Y'all niggas lied to me. Y'all gaslighted me. Y'all stole from me. Not again. You know? And I've been good ever since. Yeah. But salute to Marvado. Real shit. Because like I believe wholeheartedly that people would change, but you got to understand that some people ain't gonna change. I got to understand that some people are stupid, selfish, and stubborn, and they're not gonna listen to reason, logic at all. I learned that just by motherfucker watching my mom, and I was the first person I prayed for, and nothing happened, nothing changed to the very end. She was the same person. You know, and it hurts, you know, because a lot of people, man, a lot of people is going through it right now. And some of it is based off their own selfishness, their own stubbornness, their own mind. I used to be that, you know. This is why I'm all over the place with my channel. Mostly revolution, but like as you can see, all the other shit that I have on my channel, it's like I'm mostly all over the goddamn place. Because I had, you know, like after I couldn't do the gaming shit, it was like, man, fuck it, man. I'm gonna just go all out. I'm gonna go all out against the government, make some music, and make whatever I feel because I want to really truly game. But I'm glad I didn't start gaming because I would have never met y'all. I would have never learned anything about podcast etiquette. I would have never learned anything about podcasting, period. I would have never had cool collabos with Jordan, Low Key, C City, Charles, Sir Drop. You know what I'm saying? Live and Learn, DJ Overtime. Shouts out to Phenom Rogue One for the beats. You know, shouts out to Relentless. You know, and you know, like, and shout out to all y'all that support the channel.
Well, now, really, when we go back then to falling in love and say it's crazy, falling, you see, we don't say rising into love. There is in it the idea of the fall. And it goes back, as a matter of fact, to extremely fundamental things. That there is always a curious tie at some point between the fall and the creation. Taking this ghastly risk is the condition of there being life. You see, for all, the life is an act of faith and an act of gamble. The moment you take a step, you do so on an act of faith because you don't really know that the floor is not going to give under your feet. The moment you take a journey, what an act of faith. The moment you enter into any kind of human undertaking and relationship, what an act of faith. See, you've given yourself up. But this is the most powerful thing that can be done. Surrender. See, and love is an act of surrender to another person. Total abandonment. I give myself to you. Take me. Do anything you like with me. See? So, that's quite mad, because you see, it's letting things get out of control. All sensible people keep things in control. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Security, vigilance, watch it. Police, watch it. Guards, watch it. Who's going to watch the guards? So, actually, therefore, the course of wisdom, what is really sensible, is to let go, is to commit oneself, to give oneself up, and that's quite mad. So we come to the strange conclusion that in madness lies sanity. You see, the difficulty of it is this. You cannot teach a selfish person to be unselfish by any means.
By any means. By any means. I thought telling my mama how I felt, even writing letters, like, Mom, this is what you're doing. This is how you're making me and my brother feel right now. You know, all I got was anger and rejection and dismissal of my feelings. Motherfucker. But when someone is selfish, you can't stop it. Can't stop it. It's up to the individual. And that's what I had to learn. And this is why another reason why I always, always keep an open heart and to keep an open mind, because at the end of the day, I feel, me personally, everybody deserves a second chance, but if you've been through a whole bunch of shit, ain't no second chances coming anywhere. Like, real shit. What I hate also is shit ends before it starts. Like, before anything could even, really be truly built. It's a motherfucker.
Is to say, whatever a selfish person does, whether it be giving his body to be burned or giving all that he possesses to the poor, he will still do it in a selfish way of feeling. And he will be able to do this with extreme cunning, marvelous self-deception, and deception of others besides. But the consequences of fake love are almost invariably destructive, because they build up resentment on the part of the person who does the fake loving, as well as on the part of those who are its recipients. This is why the foreign aid program has been such a dismal failure. Now, of course, you may say that I'm talking in a very impractical way, because you would say, well, do we just have to sit around and wait until we become inwardly converted and learn through the grace of God or some sort of magic how to love, and in the meantime do nothing about it and conduct ourselves as selfishly as we feel? There is, as a matter of fact, something to be said for that. Because the first problem in the whole of this is honesty. And the reason why the Lord God says at the beginning of things, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind, is not because the Lord God is stupid, but because he's very clever. That which appears to be a commandment is actually a challenge, or what in Zen Buddhism would be called a koan, a spiritual problem. Because if you exercise yourself resolutely in trying to love God and or your neighbor, you will find that you get more and more tangled up
you will realize increasingly that the reason why you are attempting to obey this as a commandment is that you want to be the right kind of person. And obviously you want to be the right kind of person for your own reasons. And so if you do, in the first place, feel selfish and come to the conclusion, as a result of trying various experiments with love, that you love yourself more than anybody else, the proper thing to do is to investigate your self-love, to find out why you love yourself and what you mean by yourself when you say you love yourself. For the reason is this: love is not something that is a sort of rare commodity. Everybody has it. The existence is love. But it's like water flowing through a hose. It depends in which direction you point it. So everybody has the force running. And maybe the way in which you find the force of love operating in you is that you have a passionate like of booze, or ice cream, or automobiles, or good-looking members of the opposite sex, or even the same sex. But there is love operating. And people, of course, tend to distinguish between the various kinds of love. There are good kinds, such as divine charity, and allegedly bad kinds, such as, in quotes, animal lust. But it should be understood, I think, that they are all forms of the same thing. But they differ in rather the same way that the colors of light, of white light, divide into the spectrum when passed through a prism. So we might say that the red end of the spectrum of love is Dr. Freud's libido. And the violet end of the spectrum of love is agape, what is called divine love or divine charity. And that in the middle, the various yellows, blues, and greens are friendship, human endearment, consideration, and all that sort of fellow feeling. But it's all the same thing. And so, the thing is, first of all, to get it moving, to follow whatever kind of love you have in the first place. Because you cannot control love until you have some to control, until you have it running. You've got to get your car running before you can learn how to drive it. You will not become a skillful driver by sitting at a still car in a garage any more than you will become a skilled dancer if you simply never move your arms and legs. And so, the first thing then is to discover what indeed you do love, if anything, and you will find there is something. And then go into the nature of that. Now, it's said that selfish people love themselves. I would say that that is really a misunderstanding of the whole thing, because yourself is something that is really impossible to love. There are various reasons for this, but one obvious reason is that loving oneself is as difficult as kissing your own lips. Oneself, when you try to focus on it, to love it or to know it, is oddly elusive. It always slips away like the pursued tail of a dog who is trying to get hold of his own tail. So to pursue your own end has some difficulties about it. If you explore what you love when you say you love yourself, you will make the startling discovery that everything you love is something which you thought was other than yourself. Even if it be very ordinary things such as ice cream or booze, in the conventional sense, booze is not you, nor is ice cream. It turns into you in a manner of speaking when you consume it, but then you don't have it anymore. And so you look around for more in order to love it once again. But so long as you love it, you see, it's never you. When you love people, even however selfishly you love them, because of the pleasant sensations they give to you, still, it is somebody else that you love. And as you inquire into this, as you follow honestly your own selfishness, many interesting transformations begin to come about in you. One of the most interesting transformations of being directly and honestly selfish, in the same way that, for example, cats are, is that you stop deceiving people. A great deal of damage is done in practical human relations by saying that you love people, when what you mean is that you ought to. And you don't really. You give the wrong impression, and people begin to expect things of you which you are never going to come through with. We have been taught, for example, that we ought to love our enemies. Now, we don't really understand what it means to love our enemies. We think it means to be charitable towards them in the hope that we will convert them, and so that they will cease to be our enemies. The real reason for loving enemies is that one needs enemies. They're terribly important to you. For example, I think that some of you here feel that you belong to a nice set of people. It may be an ordinary kind of bourgeois coterie of pleasant squares, or it may be a church group of some kind, a club, or a special cult, or just a group of friendly drinkers. But at any rate, you feel that by virtue of membership in this society, you belong to a special in-group of nice or saved people. Now, when you consider what nice people talk about when they sit round the dinner table and have an opportunity to nurture their collective ego, you will find that the most fascinating topic of conversation is the nasty people. How awful they are, what dreadful things they do, and what is it all coming to. And this very, very satisfactory condemnatory conversation nurtures your ego. But people who do that don't seem to realize that they thereby depend on the nasty people in order to know that they're nice.
Yeah. And Alan Watts was saying this shit years ago. And it's like, we look at what we see right now. That people go to YouTube channels and it's just toxic bullshit. You feel me? That's the topic of conversation. Toxic bullshit. Let's go at each other's throats. Let's call each other out their names. Alan Watts was saying this shit years ago.
As a matter of fact, highly indebted to them.
Basically, let's have some drama for hours. What the hell is that? Man, you better take your dog in the house, man. It's cold as hell outside. I think the dog is crying. Yeah, man, grab your dog. Yeah, man, grab your fucking dog, bro. I got the right mind to go knock on his door on some real shit. Or maybe that's a fucking person. You know what? You know what? Just like the horror movies, I ain't about to go motherfucking find out what the fuck that sound is. I'm good.
On the other side of the picture, the nasty people, they, on their side, consider that they really are the best people. And to nurture their collective ego by blasting the bourgeoisie, the squares, the wasps, the know-nothings, or whoever they may be. And so, for the collective ego of the non-squares, the squares are extremely necessary. If they were to disappear tomorrow, many of us would lose a cause.
Salute, Marvin.
Now, the minute you begin to become aware of this, it's rather embarrassing. It's, of course, humorous, and I'm glad that you see this. Because at once you begin to realize how much you depend on an enemy, or an outsider, or a group of damned people as distinct from your own group of saved people. And so you begin to realize that if your collective ego, or yourself, depends on your being on the in, but you can only be on the in with relation to something that is out. And since the in and the out are inseparable, if there is to be any in or any out, you suddenly discover that yourself is bigger than you thought it was. It includes the other. And you can't do without it. This brings about a fundamental change in the understanding of the meaning and nature of self. And thereupon, there become a change of attitude to other people, even if you continue with some formal opposition to them and disapproval of them. When then you are honestly clear with yourself what you like and what you dislike, and then at the same time yourself begins more and more to include things that were hitherto defined as being not yourself, your love, which is what you are, begins to express itself quite naturally and unaffectedly in a wider way. Now, to trust oneself to be capable of love, to bring up love, in other words, to function in a sociable way and in a creative way, is to take a risk. It's a gamble. Because you may not come through with it. And in the same way, when you fall in love with somebody else, or you form an association with somebody else, and you trust them, they may, as a matter of fact, not fulfill your expectations. But that risk has to be taken.
But that risk has to be taken. And with me saying that I'll only take a risk for love and for my freedom, and then hearing Alan Watts say that, it lets me know that I am on the right path. At least I know I'm on the right path. If I'm only taking a risk for two things, love and freedom, I'll fight for love and I'll definitely fight for my freedom. Viva la revolution. The only solution is revolution. Shout out to Founder. What up, though? We're covering Alan Watts and all the situations that we all go through in our life. And I did not know I was going to be on here damn near 4 fucking hours. Nigga must be going through it. But after this, I'm going to go play some music. It's almost, it's almost up, and I'm going to do the, and I'm going to play some music. I'm going to play some music on the next live, so just stick around. And, I'll take a risk for love because I believe it's worth it. I believe it's, to me personally, always going to be worth it. That's just me. Call me crazy. But love, so many things I gotta tell you, but I'm afraid I don't know how. 'Cause there's a possibility that you'll look at me differently, love. I'm trying to make myself laugh now. Might come up with a parody. Edit it all out, fam. You got your fear, you need to find your peace. Yep. And that's the word of the day. Peace. Because I was in my book of illumination. I was reading about the 7 deadly emotions and shit. But my 7 deadly emotion is wrath. And it all starts at birth. And it says, traditional initiation. If I fail the birth initiation, I struggle with belonging, self-worth, and anger. I feel as if I don't belong in this world. The 7 deadly emotion is wrath, and I am healed by peace. This is why I say I want to walk the path of peace of mind and meditation. Don't fuck with me. I won't fuck with you. You won't have to die. But shouts out to everybody. I follow a channel called Meditate Like a Jedi to Relax with the Buddha. Yep. That sounds like a good channel. I studied the Buddha. I need to go back and read his book. I think it's called the Bob Mastra or something. It started with a B. That's all I do know. Brahma Sudra, Brahma Mastra, something like that.
The alternative to taking that risk is much worse
Much love, everybody.
than trusting and being
Salute,
deceived.
Vonta, was good.
In words, to live together, you have to take risks. There will be disappointments and failures and disasters as a result of taking these risks.
Yes, there will be disappointments, failures, and disasters. I knew this going in, taking a risk, knowing that it could end in possible heartbreak, knowing possible tears could get shed, knowing that I could probably lose myself back in alcoholism. You know, like knowing, but it's like, you know what? I gotta go through this. I gotta stay strong. I gotta stay optimistic. I gotta keep my heart open. You know what I'm saying? I can't let these situations break me. You know, but sometimes, man, that shit hurts. Like real shit. The shit hurts. And sometimes the pain can last for years. Sometimes the pain is so unbearable, you self-delete. Real shit. You know, so I try to stay in meditation. I try to, also, hang around people that can be uplifting, hang around, a crowd that's just like you. And most importantly, get in tune with yourself, find what you love, and you focused on what you love to, not dive into addiction, not dive into alcoholism. Just find what you love. Music, art, literature, fucking podcasting, gaming, shit. Find something you love to do. And real shit, have multiple things that you love to do. But what I genuinely love is music. At the end of the day, music never broke my heart. Music never cheated on me. Music never played me in any way, shape, or form. To the day I die. But real shit, shouts out to everybody. This shit is almost over. Got like 3 minutes left, and then we gonna end this live. We're gonna come back and play some music. So just stick around.
But in the long run, it'll work out. My point is that if you don't take them, the results will be so much worse than any kind of wild anarchy that could be conceived.
Yeah. And they say if you don't take the risk, it'll be the worstest shit you ever seen. It's like, it's love is worth the risk. Love is worth the risk. Fighting for your freedom against a tyrannical country is worth the risk. Those are the two things I would definitely fight for. Love and my freedom. Because like I said, if you don't do it, it's going to be the worstest motherfucker shit you ever feel. And most men, whether they know it or not, whether they like to hear it or not, most men are cowards. not willing to put their life on the line, not willing to show their face against tyranny, and not willing to open up their heart to real true love. You know, and all that, what you need when it goes to the book of the shamans, you need courage. You just got to have some courage. Overcome the fear of death and overcome of the fear of rejection and heartbreak. You will balance both sides of the coin and you'll be all right.
You see, here we are now as a highly disciplined human race with all kinds of rules and religions. And what are we about to do? Blow ourselves completely to pieces. Was this all a good gamble? Because you see, in tying up love in knots and becoming incapable of it, you can't destroy this energy. You turn it, when you won't love and you won't let it out, the thing comes out in the form of self-destruction. The alternative...
If you don't let it out, it comes out in the form of self-destruction. And you hear this sarcastically sometimes. You need a hug. Have you heard that before? You need a hug. Somebody hugged you when you was little. You know? Yeah. Oh, fuck it. You need some pussy. Like it's the same shit. But or vice versa. Because this is on both ends. This is on both sides of the spectrum here. And I just wish we all can do better. That's all.
To self-love, in other words, is self-destruction. Because you won't take the risk of loving yourself properly. You will be compelled instead to destroy yourself.
If you don't love yourself properly, you will destroy yourself. And it's going back to my addiction. Alcohol could destroy the shit out of me. And addiction can destroy the shit out of anybody. It don't matter what it is. It don't matter what it is. It's a motherfucker. We need to love ourselves more. And I see, like I see the design that's put in our face. I see, also that it's still up to us to say no to alcoholism, to drugs, to toxic people, to toxic jobs, toxic environments. It's still up to us at the end of the day. It's still up to us.
Because you see, in tying up love in knots and becoming incapable of it, you can't destroy this energy. You turn it, when you won't love and you won't let it out, the thing comes out in the form of self-destruction. The alternative to self-love, in other words, is self-destruction. Because you won't take the risk of loving yourself properly. You will be compelled instead to destroy yourself.
Yeah. And another thing that makes what he says so compelling is that most people can die from heartbreak. Very mysterious. It's like spontaneous combustion. That shit mysterious as fuck. But hearing a person die from heartbreak scared the fuck out of me. Scared the living daylights out of me. You know? And it let me know that the fucking scary shit. Yeah, emotional pain, but like the emotional pain is so goddamn great that your goddamn body shuts down. That's the mysterious shit that's fucking with me. It's like that shit. That's the scary shit. It's like the emotional pain is so fucking great that your body shuts down. I remember when I was told by the motherfucking doctor back when I was in my motherfucking first motherfucking relationship shit. This motherfucker pulled me to the side and said, bro, if you don't let this shit go, nigga, you gonna fucking die, have a heart attack or some shit, bro. It's like real shit, dog. You know, I see you a good man, dog. I see you working, but yo, dog, nigga, you gonna kill yourself if you stay with her. You know. And that shit made me motherfucking like really motherfucking think. I'm like, oh my God.
So, which would you rather have? Would you rather have a human race which isn't always very well controlled and sometimes runs amok a little bit, but on the whole continues to exist with a good deal of honesty and delight when delight is available? Or would you rather have the whole human race blown to pieces and cleaned off the planet, reducing the whole thing to a nice scoured rock with no dirty disease on it called life?
Yep, and I I kind of said that I'll blow this whole fucking planet up. Yeah, Ella Watts, I was that guy. I'm that guy. I'm so fucking sorry. I said I'll blow this whole fucking planet up. But there's a reason. Nigga, that reason better be good. It might not be good, but like the reason was this. Nobody want to fight back against the evil that's killing us through the food, through the water, through the air, through disease. And two, no one wants to love each other properly. I don't got no other three. Blow this fucking planet up. That's what I fucking said. That's what I fucking said. No one wants to love each other properly, and no one wants to fight back against tyranny. So fuck it, I'll blow this whole motherfucker up. If I gotta do this shit alone, y'all motherfuckers, if I'm next to the doomsday device, it's a wrap. But real shit, man. All jokes aside, life is precious. Despite what I've been through, despite how I feel, life is precious. And when it comes to war, there's no bad guys in it. There's no good guys in it. Because people are dying. And a life is a life. The art of war is to not fight at all. The real true art of war. But, like it says, run 1,000 miles to avoid the fight. But when you can't avoid it, don't give up an inch. So I kind of feel like that. I feel like, fighting for my love, fighting for my freedom. Something to die for, something I can be proud of when I leave this bitch. You feel me? No shame, no guilt, no regret.
that is necessary to understand this whole thing. That love is a spectrum. There is not, as it were, nice love and nasty love, spiritual love and material love, mature affection on the one hand and infatuation on the other. These are all forms of the same energy. And you have to take it and let it grow where you find it. If you find that only one of these forms exists in you, if at least you will water it, the rest of the plant will blossom as well. But the essential prerequisite from the beginning is to let it have its way.
Yep. Let it have its way. And that was Alan Watts. I want to give you something from Bobby Hemmett. For those who know who Bobby Hemmett is, look him up. I'm going to just paraphrase. But he says, sometimes when you experience love, when you project it on a person, sometimes we need to just stop and access that energy and give it to ourselves. Because the moment we experience this love and we throw it outwards, and let's just say we get hurt, you know, the heartbreak is just unbearable. Unfucking bearable. When we should have just loved ourselves and realized that, okay, my heart chakra is open. Is I'm truly in love, or is this just my heart chakra open because this person's heart chakra is open and we both experiencing the same shit? Like, we don't sit down and analyze, you know, the whole situation fully. Going back to what Alan Watts said and mixing it with Bobby Hemmett, we need to love ourselves first before we can ever love others. Maybe it'll lessen the pain or heartbreak, and you can just be willing to accept it easily. But real shit, man, heartbreak is a motherfucker. And learning to love yourself, most people are afraid to look in the mirror. So I tell everybody this message of the night, you know, before I get up out of here and start this music session. I'll probably go for about an hour. I didn't even suspect it being on 4 hours. I want to say RIP to my homeboy, you know, my fellow rap partner, H Deuce, you know what I'm saying? Passed away this morning, you know, and miss you, bro. And we still gonna drop that song. Last time he was over here, we was talking about a song called Chosen Ones. He was gonna do a song called Chosen Ones. It's gonna be me, him, and Mac. You know, Mac called me this morning around like 7:30, probably like 8, between 7:30 and 8:30. And picked up and he told me that shit. And it's messed up. And it was carbon monoxide, y'all. That's the silent killer. So make sure y'all got CO2s in y'all house, those CO2 detectors. Real shit. Real motherfucking shit. Make sure y'all got CO2 detectors in y'all crib. Yeah, that's what's up, Marvin. Their voice, physical, open. Yep. If I was to put that with the chakra system, it'll be, master the throat chakra, physical activation. That means, like stay exercising, eating right, and open your heart. That's the heart chakra. So from the heart to the throat to the third eye to the crown. Marvin, you still right. I can still apply that to the chakra system. Real shit. You could be on a whole other psychology, but I can still apply what you said to the chakra system, which will make you still right. But the message of the night is this: know thyself, know who you are. You know what I'm saying? Keep your head up. You know what I'm saying? Protect your energy, protect your peace. Like if you got your family around you, protect your family, protect your households. Keep your self-awareness up, keep your spatial awareness up. And I'm about to catch y'all in a minute. Stay tuned. I'm about to end this and go immediately live again, y'all, because you're about to play some music. And I just wanted to get this out the way. And I want to pull up for my homeboy. And experienced a lot of loss this month and last month. And I lost my uncle last month. His birthday is coming up this month, like right after Christmas. Lost my mom's last year. Her birthday is coming up on the 29th. It's like 3 days right after my uncle's birthday. My uncle died on my auntie's birthday. So now I'm just thinking about my grandma, because all of her kids is gone. All of them. My mom, auntie, and my uncle. I'm I'm more worried about her than anything, And then I lost my homeboy this morning. And some old loss that I don't want to talk about. And it's like real heavy on me. So what I wanted to do was play this Alan Watts, not only to let people know who Alan Watts is, but to also have a therapy session for myself and just remind myself what it is, real shit. Most people ain't gonna keep it this real. I might get copyrighted for Alan Watts. I know. I already know it. But shit, man. At the end of the day, man, I have to get this shit out. There's just too much ran on my heart. And, whenever I'm going through this, I have to meditate. And after I'm done meditating, I listen to Alan Watts, Earl Nightingale, Bobby Hemmett, and Brother Panic. Right now it's Alan Watts. Then we're gonna play some music, and when I get done, hopefully I can try to try to fuck it. I'm gonna just probably say talk to some people and try to keep my mind right. I'm talking about experienced too much loss this fucking year. Too much fucking loss. Shit I haven't even mentioned. But shouts out to y'all, because at the end of the day, no matter what time zone I'm in, whether if I'm a fucking kid or a teenager. There's always the people around me, like-minded with heads on their shoulders that get me through. So shouts out to y'all. So we'll catch y'all in a quick second. I'm about to end this real quick and we about to go live right again. All right. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Shouts out to Marvay, Jordan. Much love, Vonta. Shouts out to Live and Learn. Like Knowledge, Dr. Chocolate. And shouts out to TNB with Monkey Man, Bearded Conversation for Show TV, Low Key. You already know Jordan, Live and Learn, DJ Overtime, Sir Drop, Charles, C City. You know what I'm saying? Phenom Rogue One Productions on the beats. You know what I'm saying? About to play some music on the next one. So y'all stay tuned, keep y'all notifications up, and I'm gonna hit y'all up. Catch y'all in a quick second. This was Alan Watts, and peace. But hold on. Last message. Keep your heads up, keep that bread up, keep your self-awareness up, keep your spatial awareness up. Protect yourself, protect your energy, protect your family if they're around you. Protect yourself. Fuck the government. And smoke weed every day. Catch y'all in a minute. I mean, catch y'all like literally in a minute.